It happened in 1981, in a small rural village in West Germany. Siegfried Geis, 9 years old, ran across the bitter snow, tears freezing to his cheeks. It was Christmas Day, and not long ago he'd been so happy. He was celebrating with his family, his mother, his father, and his young sister, the centers of his universe, when that monster had attacked and destroyed everything he'd ever known. The White Terror, the destroyer of Christmas cheer, the Yule Man, SCP-4666. Though of course, young Siegfried had no idea. In hindsight, Siegfried's parents had been noticing strange things in the lead-up to Christmas Day. Unfamiliar bumps and knocks, strange smells coming from the attic, the occasional tall, dark silhouette on the horizon outside their isolated old farmhouse. But in all the hustle and bustle of the season, nobody really paid the proper attention to all the signs of an incoming Weihnacht event. Every eerie feeling was just written off as stress or overactive imaginations. None of the Geis family knew about the true danger they were facing until they woke up to see the Yule Man standing over them, sharpening a rusty blade and staring at them with hungry, sadistic eyes. "Merry Christmas," the creature rasped and chuckled. Siegfried was lucky to escape alive, but of course he would never see his family again. He'd be picked up a day or so later, traumatized, catatonic, and almost frozen to death. When he was finally able to speak again, he spoke of a monster having killed his family. When the police investigated his home and found the remains, they deemed it to be the work of an all-too-human serial killer, and poor Siegfried Geis was entered into the foster system. Years of work with psychiatric professionals tried to convince young Siegfried that the monster he claimed to see, the unnaturally tall, gnarled, bony freak with those shimmering black eyes, was merely a product of his trauma. But he knew the truth. He always knew. What he encountered that day, the thing that took his family, was nothing less than a true monster. And at 9 years old, Siegfried made a vow he would one day kill the monster, no matter what it took. When Siegfried was finally adopted and returned to school, he did everything he could to apply himself academically. He had no interest in friends or romantic relationships, even as he grew into his teenage years. The only thing that drew his interest, in addition to the perfection of his academic life, was his own private research into the supernatural. He became an expert in all things occultic and anomalous, sightings of ghosts, phantoms, aliens, and monsters. He wanted to know it all. No, needed to know it all. He would arm himself with knowledge, wanting to know everything he could in advance of the confrontation that would be his final destiny. He also began obsessively researching attacks similar to the ones that killed his family, and found an eerie pattern seemingly to unfold all over the Northern Hemisphere. During the 12 days of Christmas, entire families would be found dead in their homes, mutilated horrifically, often with children having gone completely missing. They happened far enough apart in terms of time and space that no connection was drawn between the events, all just random attacks according to the police and media. Weren't the connections obvious? He didn't understand it. It was almost like there was some kind of sweeping cover-up obscuring the true culprit behind all these killings. The same beast that destroyed his life. As Siegfried, now known to most as Dr. Geis, ascended through his time at university, he became one of Germany's foremost scholars on the occult, with several published papers and books that drew fascination of fellow experts and laymen alike. But most importantly of all, Siegfried's work got the attention of the SCP Foundation. They reached out to the ambitious rising star of the paranormal world and offered him a research position. Dr. Geis was elated and said that he would happily take the role if they answered one question for him. Did they know anything about a horrific humanoid monster that attacked families across the Northern Hemisphere around Christmas time? This was the moment when Dr. Siegfried Geis, after decades of searching, finally came to know about SCP-4666. He had access to all of the SCP Foundation's information on the monster, putting him several steps closer to what had always been his ultimate goal: killing that godforsaken thing. But this would be easier said than done. After all, if the Yule Man was easy to track, the Foundation would have captured and contained him long before now. His attacks could occur anywhere across the Northern Hemisphere, making catching him the world's largest game of whack-a-mole. But this was a game that Dr. Guise had more than enough patience to play. Over the following years, Dr. Guise worked as hard as humanly possible, not just at the case of SCP-4666, but at every piece of work the Foundation had to offer him. Much like his ruined childhood, Guise made no effort to interact, no effort to form social connections. He just worked and worked and worked and worked with single-minded passion, soon developing a reputation as one of the most hard-working and dependable figures in the SCP Foundation's European division. It was this kind of work ethic that soon saw him promoted to senior researcher, and then a site director. He had more control over information, resources, and manpower than ever before. It was almost time. He could sense it. Delegating other tasks to his subordinates, Dr. Guise began to work on his masterpiece, an advanced algorithm connecting police, social media, and surveillance databases across the Northern Hemisphere. You see, while Dr. Guise had never faltered in his quest, neither had the Yule Man. Every year, more families disappeared or were horrifically murdered, and every death weighed on Guise. He saw them as a personal failing of his inability to fulfill his destiny. But the Yule Man was a creature of habit, and it would be that very adherence to habit that Guise used to destroy it. Using the algorithm he created, they would perfectly track and triangulate the home most likely to be the subject of a dreaded Nuked event, with greater accuracy and precision than ever before. The year was 2022. Dr. Guise was convinced that this time, he would be the one to claim victory and vengeance. There was one thing he didn't tell his Foundation compatriots, though. As he put the pieces in place for the final showdown, he had no intention of containing the Yule Man. This time, he would destroy it. Using his newfound influence as a well-respected site director, he requested the transfer of a few high-profile anomalies, as well as the services of a crack mobile task force death squad. It was time. The Yule Man watched the house from a distance. He'd been observing for days, watching the nice, happy family within. What pleasure it would bring him to destroy them, and take what's left to his workshop for further fun. Tonight would be the night that he claimed them. They were all blissfully unaware, and lived in an isolated rural area where nobody but him would hear all the wonderful screaming. The second the lights went out inside the house, he would strike, and bring about some Christmas fear. When the last window went dark, the Yule Man drew a long, rusty blade out of his bag of tricks and approached the house. He crept in through one of the windows. Locks had never been a problem for him. This whole process had played out hundreds of times. He barely even needed to think about it now. He crept in past the presents around the Christmas tree, found the stairs, and began to climb. He'd find them in their beds, one by one, and take his time, savoring the pain, savoring the fear. He went into the youngest one's bedroom first, his lips pulled back into a manic grin. There was the little boy, tucked in under his quilt, like a present waiting to be unwrapped. He grabbed the sheet with his long, gnarled fingers and pulled it back, only to see a plastic dummy underneath, with a stun grenade fixed to its chest. Before the Yule Man could even react, the stun grenade exploded into his face, blinding him with a sudden white light and ringing in his ancient ears. The next thing he heard was a rugged military voice yelling, "Squad Alpha, move in!" Seconds later, the upstairs landing was filled with mobile task force operatives with assault rifles. They aimed and opened fire into the Yule Man, peppering him with painful bullets. He wasn't used to his victims fighting back like this. Truthfully, it even caught him off guard. But sadly for those brave task force operatives, it would not be enough to kill him. The Yule Man gripped his rusty knife and lunged at Squad Alpha. Moments later, they were all dead, and the furious Yule Man was trudging back down the stairs. There had been no satisfaction in this slaughter. How had they caught him like this? Perhaps he'd go eat some of his servants in his workshop to make himself feel better. As he walked back across the living room, past the Christmas tree, past all the presents, the television flickered into life. Staring at him from the screen was the grinning face of Dr. Siegfried Guise, now 50 years old. And the most insane part was that the Yule Man somehow recognized him. the one who got away 41 years prior. "Hello, old friend. You're looking a little glum," Siegfried said on the screen. "I take it that you did not enjoy the surprise party I just threw for you. Don't worry, the night isn't over yet. After all, you haven't even opened your presents." With that, the presents under the tree, which were actually packed with C4 plastic explosives, detonated, leveling the entire house with the Yule Man still inside. The explosion could be heard for miles as a great pillar of smoke rose up into the air. Several hundred meters away, Dr. Siegfried Geis waited and watched, flanked by Foundation agents and more mobile task force soldiers, taking in the majesty of the explosion. Dr. Geis remained steely-eyed and watched the blaze. Somehow he knew that even that would not be enough to end the monster permanently. He nodded to the lieutenant he'd brought with him.
"Squad out! Squad Bravo! Time to engage!"
The man barked in response. The remaining agents and MTF operatives, armed with assault rifles and submachine guns, descended on the burning wreckage of the house. Moments later, a tall, dark figure, the Yule Man, injured but alive, crawled out of the blaze. Immediately, the team opened fire, giving the monster everything they had. But once again, everything was not enough. The creature pulled out two long, rusty knives and leaped into the fray, making short work of the Foundation brass. Soon enough, it stood alone on blood-stained snow, until it caught another bullet in the head. Dr. Siegfried Geis was standing there, the last one alive to face the Yule Man, leveling a revolver. The Yule Man scowled. Geis held his steely gaze. "We meet again, at long last," Siegfried said. "You killed my family. You've killed so many others. Tonight, it is your turn, Yule Man. This is your Wisnacht." Geis opened fire as the Yule Man charged towards him, taking each shot in stride. Even as the Yule Man closed the distance, Geis didn't flinch. His resolve was steely. It made the Yule Man feel confused and furious that he didn't detect an ounce of fear in this man. Even when he drove a knife into the site director's stomach, Siegfried dropped to his knees and collapsed as the Yule Man ripped the knife back out. His gun clattered to the ground. It had been a mortal blow, and still, he seemed unfazed.
"Why aren't you afraid?"
The Yule Man growled. Siegfried spat blood and said,
"You took my family 41 years ago. Everything since then has just been killing time until I got to see them again. Where you're going, all you'll ever see are flames and torment."
The Yule Man, furious, stabbed Siegfried again, this time through the heart. The doctor was dying, his life's work having seemingly amounted to nothing. But with the last of his strength, he reached into his coat and pulled out something, a little gift he'd requested from one Dr. Alto Clef before putting his plan into action. Dr. Siegfried Geis lifted a photo of SCP-096 right in front of the Yule Man's eyes.
"Merry Christmas,"
he said with his last breath. The Yule Man was confused. A photograph? Was that it? Was that really this foolish little boy's trump card after all this time? What a waste. Then, without a moment's warning, SCP-096 barreled into the Yule Man, sending them both rolling across the snow. One of Siegfried's preparations was to have SCP-096's containment cube temporarily relocated to only a mile away from the ambush site, to avoid collateral damage. If everything else failed, then SCP-096 would be their Hail Mary pass, their finishing move. And it worked marvelously. As strong and evil as the Yule Man was, he'd been weakened by the night's battle, and the Shy Guy was an order of magnitude more powerful than his sadistic foe. The Yule Man screamed in horror as SCP-096 set upon him with claws and teeth. After hundreds of years inflicting it on others, the Yule Man had died in terror, and Dr. Siegfried Geis had died with a smile on his face.
Hello everyone. If you're a fan of SCP Explained, you'll know that we regularly post interesting questions in our community tab, asking for responses from you, our dear fans. These have ranged from questions about specific anomalies like SCP-096, or your suggestions on how we should actually kill SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. We've even asked you which anomalous powers you'd want to have and posed your questions directly to SCP-343, also known as God, and of course, the terrifying and infamous Scarlet King. But in our latest community question, asking you about hypothetical crossovers between the SCP Foundation and the weird, wild multiverse of all fiction, you truly outdid yourself, with thousands upon thousands of responses. And we thought rather than just making one video selecting our favorites, we'd turn each of our favorites into whole videos. And how are we going to do that? That's where this wonderful state-of-the-art gizmo comes into play. You may remember the Anomatron 6000, our incredibly advanced artificial intelligence-driven supercomputer designed specifically to run simulations for the SCP Foundation. We fed this computer data from countless SCP Foundation experiments and cross-tests, and all the data from your suggestions. This will allow the fine folks at the SCP Foundation to explore any anomalous hypothetical without risking the lives of staff members or civilians. This brings us to our first simulation, suggested in a huge number of comments. Could SCP-682 be contained within the Backrooms? For those not in the know, the Backrooms is an internet urban legend that spiraled into a full-blown phenomenon. It's built on the premise that if you're not careful and enter certain specific circumstances, you can no-clip out of our reality and enter a terrifying multi-level alternate reality, where you're stalked by a variety of bizarre and frightening creatures. This could be a complete nightmare for your average person, but how would it play out if SCP-682, the endlessly angry, hard-to-destroy reptile, found its way inside? Also, for another Backrooms-related surprise, stick around until the end of the video. In the meantime though, let's boot up the Anomatron and test this new scenario. The worst had happened again. SCP-682 had busted out of containment during a cross-test and started making a beeline for the nearest populated area. Several helicopters containing heavily armed MTF New 7 Hammerdown members were in hot pursuit, attempting to slow the vicious reptile down with targeted sniper fire at its legs. But it seems that these efforts were all for naught. SCP-682 had already reached the defunct industrial district on the edge of a nearby city, and if the beast managed to actually reach a populated area, all hell would break loose. That's when they pulled out the heavy weaponry. Miniguns mounted to the helicopters unleashed a rain of hellfire down onto SCP-682. However, 682 managed to dodge most of the bullets and simply tank the rest. Command authorized the use of heavy ordnance, the helicopter's missile launchers. They'd pick up the pieces afterwards, once SCP-682 was back in containment. However, the reptile had plans of its own. It charged into a nearby abandoned chemical plant to avoid the gunfire from above. This was exactly what Hammerdown wanted. The helicopters circled around the chemical plant and unleashed a barrage of powerful incendiary missiles, blowing the plant to Kingdom Come, in hopes of dragging an incapacitated 682 out of the rubble afterwards. But when the smoke had cleared and only the rubble was left, 682 was nowhere to be seen. Even for the hardcore operatives of Hammerdown, this caused an anxiety spike. Had it tunneled into the ground? Had it adapted to the attack by turning invisible or getting tiny to escape? It'd done all these things before, or after all the deranged attempts at putting SCP-682 in the ground, had some light firebombing killed the monster? Whatever the case, they need to search, in case SCP-682 popped up somewhere else and started causing havoc. If it was still alive, which it probably was, they couldn't rest on their laurels until they'd found it again. Meanwhile, SCP-682 woke up. It felt groggy and irritated, its body resting against an unpleasant, soggy carpet. It licked the carpet. The moisture had the distinct flavor of human spinal fluid, which 682 had tasted many times before. The sickly yellow walls and incessant buzzing from the fluorescent lights up above were nauseating, and it gave 682 a nagging headache. This only made 682's default emotion, blistering rage and hatred, even worse. It began walking around exploring this strange, spatial, anomalous environment. Was this more of that frustrating Foundation trickery? Another one of those puerile cross-tests? The last thing 682 remembered was running at one of the walls in the chemical plant, a wall that, in hindsight, seemed darker than all the others. But rather than shattering through the brickwork, it was here now, in this strange, tacky lobby that never seemed to end. It was like a kaleidoscope of empty 1990s office kitsch. Endless, worthless yellow walls arranged like some labyrinthian, nonsensical maze leading nowhere and devoid of all life as SCP-682 wandered through it. And of course, SCP-682 found it disgusting. It was only on level 0, and already 682 hated the Backrooms just as much as it hated our dimension. Someone or something had to pay for the crime of inconveniencing it this way, and it would happily turn this whole dimension inside out just to find some beings to kill inside it. Yes, that would be great fun. SCP-682 began its frantic search for an exit, evolving an innate sonar ability and picking up speeds that would be impossible for human beings. This is the part where most people would go mad or die from hunger or thirst. SCP-682, not so much. It could keep searching and searching and searching until the stars burned out in the sky. It would find its prey, somehow, and when it did, it would put them through hell. And as it turned out, this new universe rewarded 682's dog's stubbornness, because when it passed through a seemingly random hallway after hours of searching, it was in a different place entirely. This place looked like some huge abandoned warehouse complex with water shining off the ground. If 682 had more advanced knowledge of the Backrooms, it would have known this was level 1. But the only number SCP-682 cared about was body count, and in that regard it would find level 1 to be a vast improvement. Two groups of humans had established bases in this level of the Backrooms. The Major Explorer Group, a faction of professional Backrooms travelers who maintained their base Alpha on this level, and the Backrooms Non-Aligned Trade Group, a commercial group whose primary base is an economic hub on this very level, a fortified city-like area with a population of 412, which would, a few hours after 682's appearance, be a population of 0. But before all of that, it felt like grabbing a bite at the diner. Tom's Diner is a refuge for many people trapped in the Backrooms, a casual eatery nestled into the cold warehouse environment of level 1, where people could get a warm meal from Tom, a former cook who's been trapped in the backroom for years. SCP-682 was eager to be part of this grand tradition, but the hard-to-destroy reptile decided to buck the trend a little by just devouring Tom himself. From there, it decided to launch its rage-fueled offensive against the various humanoid inhabitants of the level. Both the Major Explorer Group Base Alpha and the Backrooms Non-Aligned Trade Group Trade Keep were heavily fortified against the kind of entities these folks had gotten used to facing in the Backrooms, but they were completely unprepared for a creature of SCP-682's sheer power, intelligence, endurance, and ferocity. The SCP Foundation had been studying the creature for decades, with far more resources than either of these two Backrooms-bound groups, and they still had a hard time keeping the beast consistently contained. Sadly for the great bastion of human hope in the Backrooms, SCP-682 swept through both outposts in a matter of hours, killing everyone there without an ounce of remorse. The only person there it took its time with was the final human being left in the decimated remains of the Major Explorers Group Base Alpha. It grabbed the man by the throat and squeezed, asking with its guttural, growling voice,
Were you and your dead brethren allied with the SCP Foundation?"
Despite his fear, the Explorer told 682 that he had never heard of the SCP Foundation, nor did he know what kind of entity 682 was.
Then what is this place? Tell me, and I might give you a quick death."
The Explorer gave as good a response as he could. 682 was trapped in the Backrooms, a multi-leveled interdimensional nightmare filled with dangerous creatures. That made 682 curious. Dangerous creatures? That could make an interesting challenge. 682 asked the Explorer how it could access these other levels and find these creatures, and the Explorer explained that through exploring these levels enough, anyone could no-clip into the next one. It really was that simple. With that, 682 knew all it needed to know and carelessly murdered the final human being of level 1. It had killed so many humans over its long and twisted life, it was no different from breathing air now. An utterly perfunctory action. It was eager to discover these other creatures on the lower levels and teach them a new level of fear they'd never experienced. 682 stormed the halls until it achieved the next successful no-clip into level 2, which manifested as a series of old dilapidated maintenance tunnels that seemed to stretch on for millions of miles. Wonderful. There were humans here too, apparently, but who cared about them? This was the first level to feature a smorgasbord of entities ripe for the killing. It sped through the tunnels, teeth and fangs born, eager to deal death with gleeful abandon. The first entities it encountered in the expansive tunnels of Level 2 were a collection of beings known as crawlers, insect-like creatures infected with an extremely aggressive fungal growth. Just getting close to them could present an active risk to humans, not so much for a creature that could easily regenerate after being tossed into the sun. As the creatures tried to lunge, SCP-682 simply crushed and devoured them with little effort. They tasted a little stale on account of the fungus, but the chewiness was pleasing. Hopefully there would be more challenging foes down in the tunnel than these mere insects, SCP-682 thought to itself, while journeying deeper into the endless network of tunnels. Soon enough, SCP-682 ventured into a section of the tunnel engulfed in total darkness. Its eyes quickly adjusted, developing immaculate night vision. That's when it spotted another creature sharing this little slice of darkness with it. A pair of floating, glowing eyes and almost cartoonish teeth, grinning like some maniacal Looney Tune. This is an entity known as a Smiler, and they're a terrifying threat to any humans venturing through the Backrooms. SCP-682 wasn't impressed. It began a perfect adaptation for the situation. Its body began to glow, emitting incredible levels of both heat and light, carving through the darkness of the tunnel and causing the Smiler to emit a terrible, piercing shriek. The sheer heat of this new ability melted sections of the Level 2 tunnels around SCP-682. When the light finally dimmed down to slightly more reasonable levels, where the Smiler once stood was instead a fizzling black scorch mark. Another creature had painfully bitten the dust, and SCP-682 was starting to have some fun. It took off further down into the tunnels, looking forward to finding its next victim. Sadly for SCP-682, it wouldn't get to kill the next set of victims. A group of 4 child facelings, spooky, faceless little girls who like to cut apart their typical human victims with small objects, were waiting a little further down the pipe. However, when they felt SCP-682 approaching, they almost sensed the power and cruelty of the beast coming towards them. Even being little monsters themselves, game recognized game, and they knew that they needed to get the hell out of there before the monster arrived. They climbed between the pipes on the tunnel walls and skittered off into hiding places deep in the dark. Lucky for them, SCP-682 passed them and just kept going. What would be the point in wasting time on these little morsels when there were apparently so many other creatures to massacre down here? Next, SCP-682 came across a truly pathetic creature, something that the mighty reptile honestly felt a little embarrassed even interacting with. It was a creature known as a clump, a strange bundle of living limbs that will move at great speeds and attack its usually human targets. It tried to do the same to SCP-682, maniacally flailing its many twisted limbs. 682 killed it in a single stomp and moved on, feeling its own psychological equivalent of pity, but not that much of it. Not long after mercy killing the clump, SCP-682 came face to face with a series of hounds, mutant humanoids who travel on all fours, behaving in a wolf-like fashion. This would, of course, be the stuff of nightmares for your average human being, but would far more likely put a being like the hard-to-destroy reptile to sleep with sheer boredom.
Humans acting like dogs. That makes them even more worthless,
the creature thought, as it charged forwards and began tearing the group of hounds to shreds. Minutes later, it was splitting off into an adjoining tunnel, searching for more easy entertainment. But the deeper SCP-682 made its way into the bowels of Level 2, the more it approached a truly horrifying realization. The creatures it was slaughtering here were even more boring than the ones the SCP Foundation ceaselessly threw at it back on its native reality, or at least the reality where they'd contained it. Back in that world, it had faced giant flaming demigods with swords hotter than the sun. It had faced some pale, shrieking monstrosity that didn't seem to die no matter what the reptile threw at it. There was the dark, gooey old man, the immortal warrior from the Black Coffin, and even the all-devouring bunny rabbit. Here it was killing the same wretched selection of beasts again and again. A truly pitiful offering. Was this really the best this world had to offer? Incidentally, the next creature it found was literally known as wretches by the human inhabitants of the Backrooms. They were fleshy, zombie-like creatures that SCP-682 figured the Sarkists back home might enjoy. It couldn't believe that it was thinking fondly of that old place, while it carved the monsters to ribbons with its claws. It missed its old enemies, like Dr. Bright, Dr. Clef, and even that irritating yellow blob of snot. The more it tried to take its mind off the old world by killing its way through this ant farm of endless tunnels, the more it found itself waxing nostalgic. For example, there were the plague goblins, impish little creatures with masks like that of a plague doctor. 682 found itself thinking almost fondly about SCP-049, while it listlessly ate the tiny, mischievous creatures, like a depressed person binging an extra-large pack of chips. Even their tiny squeaks as they crunched between the reptile's terrible teeth gave it no joy. What a bleak turn of events this had all turned out to be. As it wandered through the infinite tunnels, killing creatures and even humans as it found them, SCP-682 made a quiet promise to itself. Somehow, some way, it would make its way back to the universe it so recently departed. It would leave the Backrooms, no matter how many levels, a quiet, burning husk, and return to the world of fools and fiends it had taken for granted all this time. A visit to the Backrooms had taught the hard-to-destroy reptile an all-too-human lesson. Sometimes you don't know what you have until it's gone. Sure, the SCP Foundation may have tried to kill it in a new, bizarre, and increasingly sadistic way every single day, but that variety was the spice of life. It would return home someday, it knew that much. But of course, a lot of creatures and people would need to die before then. But if that's what it took, well, so be it. SCP-682 licked its dagger-like fangs and kept crawling.
I would like to here again state that 106 is not, as is commonly believed, a basic predator, on par with an advanced shark. SCP-106 is a sentient being, albeit a totally alien one. SCP-106 appears to be aware of several things beyond the scope of pure instinct and genetic memory. SCP-106 consistently breaches at moments where recovery and containment are most difficult. A fox may see his way out of a trap, but only a man will wait for his captors to look away to escape.
Dr. Alok from his paper on sentience in contained humanoids. They say that patience is a virtue. If this is true, it's the only virtue that SCP-106 has in spades. The anomaly known as the Old Man had been well behaved for months, sitting cross-legged in the center of his containment chamber, his lipless mouth molded into a slight grin. The Old Man had a reptilian-like calm to him, never truly inactive, just waiting. And nobody else can wait for quite as long as him. He could go for years without so much as twitching if he wanted to. But not today. Today was special. There were no clocks and no calendars in SCP-106's cell. But that was fine. He remembered the last day they locked him back up, and he'd been counting ever since. Seconds, minutes, days, months. The Old Man had all the time in the world. And today, it was all about to pay off. October 31st, All Hallows Eve, the night when ghosts, goblins, and demons come out to play. The Old Man almost chuckled at the thought of it. What a perfect day for a containment breach. One of the Foundation technicians observing 106 from a control room monitor spilled his coffee when the Old Man got up and started walking towards the wall. Alarms went off and guards were dispatched as a large dark stain expanded on the wall of the containment chamber and 106 walked through it. Not that any amount of armed response would do them any good. The bullets passed right through 106's inky flesh as he strolled down the corridor towards the exit. He killed 2 guards and a researcher on his way out, just for the fun of it. He'd been a well-behaved creature for a long time now. He'd earned an evening of letting his purely metaphorical hair down. And when 106 decides to have a night of good fun, horror is always sure to follow. This is the tale of one of SCP-106's most infamous and horrifying containment breaches. Be warned, the following isn't for the faint of heart. You're about to learn why SCP-106 is still one of the most feared anomalies in Foundation containment. Immediately, the containment site dispatched 3 of its best field agents, Agent Park, Agent Wang, and Agent Drac. Their task was simple: locate SCP-106, minimize potential casualties, and distract the sadistic anomaly long enough for reinforcements to come and contain the creature once again. For the last several years, these agents would eat, sleep, and breathe all things 106 in preparation for a moment just like this. They'd been drilled over and over again on everything from the creature's behavior to the worst-case scenario of what to do if you get pulled into its nightmarish pocket dimension. They were as trained as a person possibly could be for this situation, and fitted with state-of-the-art Foundation equipment to boot. And yet, they were still terrified. They passed through the streets of the nearest city, where containment experts believed 106 was most likely to head after his escape. People of all ages, dressed in Halloween costumes, were out enjoying the night. Child-sized superheroes were hanging out with even smaller villains. Horror movie slashers were sharing drinks with cops and nuns. Countless candy-carrying zombies wandered through the streets. None of them had any idea of the true horror that walked among them. The three agents went over their training silently in their minds. 106 was intelligent, more intelligent than anyone back at the Foundation really gave it credit for. It had planned this. It knew that it could blend in among the costume monsters that were sure to be out tonight. Nobody would be able to tell the difference until it was too late. One such person was a young woman named Alice. Dressed up as an angel, her experience that night would be far from heaven sent. Her boyfriend had made the always classy move of breaking up with her right before they were supposed to head to a Halloween party, leaving her in a fit of emotional distress and embarrassment. Over the course of the next several hours, she obsessively reflected on her ex-boyfriend's audacity and lack of empathy towards her, burdening her mind and filling her head with anxiety. His last words, "I'm sorry, it's over," gradually became louder and louder in her thoughts as she stumbled in sadness away from the noise of the streets towards a thicket of trees. She was in such despair she could barely stand, and as she staggered through the vegetation, she didn't even notice the shuffling of footsteps behind her, or that they were getting closer and closer and closer. Alice tripped and caught herself against a nearby tree. That's when she noticed a sudden burning sensation on the skin of her hand. She looked up and saw that her hand was now coated in a sticky tar-like substance. Whatever it was, it seemed to be eating away at the tree, and she could hear the hiss of the corrosive liquid as it melted the skin of her hand. A twig cracked beneath her, and she turned to see the rotting old man staring at her with a malicious grin. She screamed and began to run, but the alcohol had robbed her of her coordination. She tried as hard as she could to escape while cradling her burning hand, but it wasn't enough. She felt a spike of excruciating pain rock her nervous system. The old man had reached into her back like a man operating a puppet. His long, burning fingers, dripping with corrosive grease, had melted through her skin and grabbed her by the spine. She screamed in pain, but she was too far away. Not a soul could hear her, and the only creature that could didn't have anything resembling a soul. The creature grabbed her and pulled her into its blistering embrace. It smiled the whole time, baring every rotten tooth. It held her in place, burning the rest of her body as the two of them sank into the ground together, more acidic sludge pooling at their feet. Alice screamed on, and SCP-106 loved her all the more for it. The screamers were its favorite. By the time Agent Drac, Parks, and Wang found Alice, it was hard to know that this had once been a human. But they knew one thing for certain, that this was the work of the old man, and they suspected that he wasn't close to being done with his campaign of Halloween terror. Next came a little boy named Jason and his unfortunate friends. They were dressed as the Justice League, with Jason leading the group as Batman, all of them wearing costumes that made them feel like true heroes. It had been a good night, their bags heavy with candy. As they walked down an alleyway they'd passed through countless times on their way home from school, they had no idea what was waiting for them. A long, gnarled hand dripping with black ooze suddenly shot out of the wall and grabbed the boy dressed as Superman. He screamed as he was pulled towards the ooze, his braces shining in the moonlight, and kept screaming until he disappeared into the solid brick wall. The rest of the Justice League broke into frightened screams and scattered, but they weren't fast enough. Hands kept emerging from the wall, grabbing the children, burning them, pulling them into the dark. Only Jason got away, running and screaming as his friends were yanked into the void. But no one gets away from the old man that easily. A black puddle formed on the ground in front of Jason, and the old man rose out of it, still grinning its malicious, spiteful grin. Jason fell to the ground, his legs giving out from the fear. But the old man didn't move. He just stared at him, sizing him up, deciding what type of torment would yield the most twisted pleasure. The creature lifted something up to its mouth, something that might have been mistaken for a piece of Halloween candy from a distance. But Jason knew better. It was a tooth, and Jason could recognize the shining braces still stuck to it. The old man put the tooth in his mouth and crunched it like a jawbreaker, as Jason almost passed out from the sheer terror of watching it. To this day, nobody knows why the old man spared Jason, but when Agents Drack, Parks, and Wang found the boy, the only survivor from the massacre of his friends, he was gripping the metal fragment from Billy's tooth so hard that it was embedded into his palm. But the night still wasn't over yet. The old man still wanted to have just a little bit more Halloween fun. One little boy couldn't join in on the Halloween adventures all his friends were having. He was stuck at home sick with a stomach flu that had been going around at school. All he could do was sit and watch scary movies as his mother answered the door, passing out candy to the trick-or-treaters that he wished he could join. He sighed as he heard his mom at the front door giving candy to pirates, zombies, and vampires. Tomorrow would be even worse when he was forced to watch his friends eating their candy and reminiscing about all the fun that he wasn't involved in. His self-pitying was interrupted when he heard his mother open the door to another trick-or-treater, but this time, there was no exchange of words or candy, just a long, blood-curdling scream. The little boy quickly got up to investigate, his heart pounding in his chest. The sound of his mother's pain kept echoing down the hall as the heavy footsteps of something else approached. It rounded the corner and the little boy saw it in all of its horrifying glory, like something out of one of the old horror movies he had been watching, only worse. It was the rotting old man, dragging his dying mother along with one hand that was stuck right into the flesh of her chest and grabbing her by the ribcage. He screamed and ran upstairs towards the bathroom, the only room in the house with a lock. He could hear the plodding footsteps of the creature following him up the stairs, followed by the sickening sound of what must have been the old man dropping his mother's body. The little boy slammed the bathroom door shut, locked it, and collapsed against the wood. His face was hot and sticky with tears, but at least he was safe for the moment. Surely someone had heard his mother's screams and would come to save him. As he was imagining the police bursting through the front door and gunning down the monster, he heard a hissing sound coming from above him. He looked up and saw the face of the old man melting through the door and smiling at him from above. He tried to scream, but the monster opened its mouth and a tide of corrosive liquid hit him in the face. Moments later, someone did burst through the front door, but it wasn't the police. It was the 3 agents drawn to the old man's location by a trail of violence and acidic black mucus. And as far as 106 was concerned, this was a great thing. He had just finished breaking his last set of toys, and the new ones were here right on schedule. Park fired at the creature, but it wasn't enough to save Agent Drack. He was standing just a little too close and underestimated how fast the creature could move. Before he knew it, he was being dragged into a messy portal in the wall by an entity that was beyond his darkest nightmares. When he woke up, he was in the one place that anyone who knows about SCP-106 hopes never to find themselves: the Pocket Dimension, that labyrinth of twisting, rotting hallways where the old man has total dominion. You'd rather be in hell under the care of the devil himself than end up there. Agent Drack encountered horrors beyond conception before he finally, mercifully, died at the old man's hands. No weapons or training could save him. No amount of effort could dig him out of this hole. He ran through the halls for 4 whole days before SCP-106 finally got bored and started taking him apart. But to Agent Drack, those 4 days felt like a wretched eternity. When they eventually found SCP-106, he was standing in a field stomping on pumpkins out of boredom. He submitted to containment with relatively little difficulty, as Foundation field agents used high-intensity lights to subdue him. Cleanup crews applied amnestics and generated cover stories. Everything about the Halloween night massacre was swept under the rug. Back in containment, SCP-106 once again sat cross-legged on the floor of his cell, sorting a little collection of his victims' teeth like Halloween candy. He sat and smiled, mulling over the memories of his delightful Halloween night. He'd be fine for another few months now. He could just sit and enjoy the thoughts until the Foundation got bored and loosened the leash again. 106 is a patient monster. When the time came, he'd be ready. He was always ready. He had been pacing back and forth all night. So many hours spent walking to and fro in his quarters that his feet were starting to develop painful blisters. Yet Jace couldn't bring himself to stay still after his unsettling discovery. Over the course of the night, it had driven him almost mad. But it wasn't just the fear of the inevitable calamity he had learned of that was keeping him up and worrying him into a state of near insanity. It was the lie, the smokescreen that had been used to cover up the truth. And it came all the way from the top. Jace Jacoby had been working as a researcher within the SCP Foundation for the better part of a decade. Sure, it wasn't an easy job at the best of times. In fact, it could be dirty, dangerous, and even downright deadly work. But Jace had learned to take comfort in the bigger picture, and it cultivated in him a loyalty for the Foundation and what they stood for. The reassuring knowledge that he was playing but one small part in protecting the world from anomalous threats usually helped him sleep a little easier at night. This was not one of those nights. Completely by accident, the researcher had learned of a terrible truth. He'd seen a lot of horrible things while working at the Foundation, from one horrific, endlessly regenerating omnicidal reptile to a monstrous creature comprised primarily of giant teeth protruding from its body. But what he had uncovered in the depths of the SCP Foundation's own archive terrified him for a whole different reason, because it seemed to undo every good thing Jace and all the other personnel had done in the name of the Foundation. He believed that they were the good guys, that their efforts were to prevent total global destruction. Instead, it turned out that they were just pawns. Being familiar with a whole filing cabinet's worth of special containment procedures for various anomalies, Jace was familiar with the term 220 Calabasas. He'd even almost been considered to receive high enough security clearance to be given the full details as to what it entailed. He was aware already that it was the name given to a process that was required to be performed by Foundation staff as a way to keep SCP-2317 actively contained. SCP-2317 was a wooden door leading to another dimension, or at least, it appeared to be. After accessing some restricted files, a suppressed secondary level of information hidden underneath the SCP-2317 entry, Jace discovered what was really going on. SCP-2317 was, in part, a door to another world, as its nickname suggested. But that wasn't the whole story. Beyond the door lay a barren salt plain, the only structures visible for miles being 7 identical stone pillars with ancient symbols carved into their surface. Frequently, a small group of Foundation personnel and security staff would be sent into SCP-2317, each one of them given a specific role to undertake as they performed 220 Calabasas. That process required for active containment was more like an occult ritual, involving holy water, an obsidian-edged knife, chants that invoked ancient powerful gods, and a chicken to act as a live sacrifice. If Jace had just learned those specifics of 220 Calabasas, he wouldn't have realized that the ritual was actually a phony, even a pretty convincing one at that. Buried beneath the pillars was chained something of unspeakable, unknowable power. It had gone by many names, each invoking a particularly nasty sense of trepidation. The Sire of Tyranny, Kural Irbrav, or simply the Devourer of Worlds. The 220 Calabasas ritual was supposedly a way to keep the beast locked below, to strengthen the 7 chains each latching the ancient monstrosity to the pillars above. Except it didn't. It was a smokescreen. The ritual did nothing to keep the shackles of the Devourer intact. There was but one chain remaining, one more tether keeping the ancient beast caged. And over the years, no matter how many times the Foundation performed 220 Calabasas, it was eroding, getting weaker and weaker. It was inevitable. the Devourer of Worlds would one day be free. And yet, that wasn't even the worst part about what Jace had uncovered. What could possibly be worse than learning an eldritch deity intent on unfurling doom couldn't be contained with the one method the Foundation had? Well, it was that the Foundation knew, and had known for a long time, that 220 Calabasas was nothing more than a charade, with all the effectiveness of a band-aid over a broken leg. As if that wasn't bad enough, Jace had traced the source of this cover-up right to the very top, to the highest operational level within the SCP Foundation's hierarchy. The O5 Council was responsible. They had known for a long time about the ineffectiveness of 220 Calabasas, and yet hadn't pursued any more permanent solutions to the looming threat posed by SCP-2317 and the Devourer. After a sleepless night, Jace could hold it in no longer. He had to tread carefully. Given how far up the chain this conspiracy went, it was hard to know who to trust. Something had to be done, that much was clear to him, whether that involved sealing or outright destroying SCP-2317. But if those tasked with overseeing the entire Foundation were in on this cover-up, then Jace had to be extremely careful about who he went to for help. There was only one person he was certain he could rely on, and share his findings with in secrecy. Senior Researcher Ellis had long been a good friend of Jace's. In fact, he'd even go so far as to say Ellis was his only real friend within the Foundation. The more experienced member of personnel had practically mentored Jacoby from his earliest days as an SCP researcher. Ellis had helped him get to grips with certain difficult containment procedures, and even taken the fall for Jace after some of his early mistakes nearly caused a containment breach. Researcher Ellis's seniority meant he only got away with a metaphorical slap on the wrist. But most crucially for Jace right now, Ellis wasn't a high enough rank to be even close to any of the upper echelon Foundation doctors, like Dr. Bright or Dr. Gears. Nor was he senior enough to have any direct dealings with the O5 Council. If there was anyone working at the Foundation that Jace could possibly confide in about his findings regarding the truth behind SCP-2317 and 220 Calabasas, it was Ellis. And maybe, between them, the pair could put their heads together and avert the catastrophe of the Devourer's inevitable escape. Jace was nervously pacing back and forth while Ellis's eyes were glued to the terminal in his quarters. He had shown him a saved copy of the full archive entry on SCP-2317, detailing everything. Not just the steps required to perform 220 Calabasas, but the additional information about the ritual not working, and that the O5 Council knew it. After a long, painful wait for Researcher Ellis to scan through the entire file, he leaned back from the terminal screen and sighed. "Well, this is hardly ideal," he stated matter-of-factly. "Hardly ideal?" Jace echoed, his fear of what all this meant manifesting itself as a frustrated outburst. "I think you might be underestimating it a little there, Ellis. This isn't just some mild inconvenience we've now got to live with. We're talking about the end of the world as we know it, XK class. And on top of that, the Council knows it's coming and are doing nothing about it. Instead, they're making these high-clearance personnel go and pointlessly slaughter chickens and recite meaningless prayers about 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 thrones for the Scarlet King." "Jacoby, calm down," Ellis replied sternly. "Let's talk about this rationally. For all we know, this file here could be a part of SCP-2317's containment procedures." "That's what I'm saying. The procedure is ineffective," he argued. "Let me finish," the senior researcher responded calmly. "We know of dozens of other anomalies that employ infohazardous or mimetic effects, and sometimes it's not uncommon for entities of such nature, with capabilities to infect information itself, to be combated via the use of deliberate, necessary misinformation. This file might not even be an accurate description of SCP-2317. It could easily be a method for containing something else." "No, that doesn't..." Jace paused, holding his forehead. "Sorry, all of this is giving me a headache. Could I trouble you for some water?" "Of course," Ellis answered. He got up from his seat and filled a plastic cup from a cooler in his quarters. While his back was turned, Jacoby didn't see Ellis slip something into the water. "Thanks, Ellis," Jace said as he gulped down the whole cup. "Like I was saying, that theory of it being a mimetic threat doesn't make sense. You've seen SCP-2317 from a distance. We both have. It's a physical dimensional gateway. I mean, a door to another world is literally its code name, for God's sake. Why would there be a real door with an intangible info hazard behind it?" Ellis stroked his chin, pondering quietly. For a moment, Jace's vision seemed to get a little blurry, but he blinked it away. "Okay, So if we take everything in the SCP-2317 file as gospel, then answer me this. What do you propose we do about it? His mentor asked. We have to think radically. Together, I think you and I need to come up with an alternate permanent solution to the impending threat posed by SCP-2317. Then we present it to the O5 Council, storm into their chamber if necessary, and demand them to implement it. The next 220 Calabasas is scheduled for a few hours from now. We need to bring them something that will actually work, not just that performative pantomime they put on as a smokescreen. Otherwise, Alice... Jace paused for a moment, hearing his own voice crack with despair. If we don't, the Devourer is going to destroy everything. You said the words permanent solution. Elaborate for me, please. Ellis responded. Look, I think we have only two options, the frightened researcher said. Jace noticed he was starting to feel drowsy, lightheaded even, needing to shake himself to stay upright and conscious. We either find a way to seal SCP-2317, or we destroy the door to another world outright. The 220 Calabasas procedure, ritual, they take a 1 kiloton nuke in case of containment failure, right? We detonate one of those inside the dimension, pray that it kills the Devourer worlds, then we shut the door and blow that up behind us too. Suddenly Jace's legs gave out underneath him, like they couldn't support his body weight anymore. He landed on the floor with a thud, while Ellis loomed over him with a sympathetic look on his lined face. He drugged me? Jace barely managed to get the question out. I'm sorry, Jacoby, Ellis sighed. Believe me when I say I would have preferred to talk you out of these seditious thoughts. But duty to the Foundation comes first. You understand. The door opened, the heavy clomping of boots against the floor. Jace could barely turn to see the squad of security guards entering the room. They lifted his body up off the ground, getting limper by the second, and began dragging him out by his arms. With all his waning strength, he kicked and thrashed his legs as they trailed beneath him. Being taken away by the guards, Jace yelled for his mentor's help. He kept trying until his voice became slurred, imperceptible sounds, not even words anymore. The world around him started sinking into darkness, as whatever he'd been dosed with took full effect. As Jace was hauled off struggling, not once did Ellis dare to look him in the eye. Jace had no idea how much time had passed, only that he'd been chemically knocked unconscious for most of it. Opening his heavy eyelids, he had no idea where he was. The room around him was in pitch darkness. For a second, he'd wondered if he'd been executed by the Foundation and was currently dead, his consciousness trapped in an endless inky void. Then another concerning thought pushed its way into his head. Had they thrown him into the Devourer of Worlds prison? It was a cruel, callous move, even for the SCP Foundation, to offer Jace up as a sacrifice for daring to look further into the truth behind SCP-2317. A column of light cut through the dark from somewhere above him, gleaming down so bright that it was hard to look directly at it. The spotlight did little to illuminate the rest of the room, although squinting in the dark, the researcher could detect the outlines of several figures sat in a circle facing him. 13 of them, to be exact, with one extra taking their seat. He was just awake enough to remember a crucial detail that explained where he was. There were 13 members of the O5 Council, along with one administrator. Hello again, Researcher Jacoby, came a voice from one of the seats encircling him. Tell us, do you know why you're here? You, Jace stuttered before his fear once again erupted in an explosive outburst. You all knew about SCP-2317. You had us perform 220 Calabasas time and time again, knowing that it was doing nothing to keep the Devourer contained. If that creature gets loose, no, when it does, it will destroy everything and everyone. The Foundation is meant to contain anomalies, not pretend to. We have a duty to every adult child on this planet to protect them from this entity. Do not exposit the Foundation's mandates to us, Jacoby, another of the council members' voices replied, sounding not in the least bit concerned. If anything, they sounded bored. The SCP Foundation acts in accordance with what the council dictates, not by whatever moral framework you have chosen to impose on this organization. But the Devourer of Worlds is coming, Jace pleaded. You all know as much. I've seen it in the SCP-2317 file. Inevitable. You used that exact word. We are aware of the threat faced by SCP-2317-K, or the Devourer as you called it. a third council member interjected. But rest assured, at the time 220 Calabasas was established to provide an illusion of containment. We calculated it would take several decades for the final chain holding the creature to give way. That time might have already elapsed, the researcher argued. And in the meantime, we have no countermeasures prepared, no strategy, and the rest of the personnel have no idea that this threat is coming. Almost exactly the same wording as last time, one council member said, not addressing the rest directly, but still just audible enough for Jace to detect it. What do you mean last time? He asked, thinking back a few short moments to the beginning of this exchange. Wait, why did you say hello again when I woke up here? There was a horrible, nauseating silence throughout the room for a moment. Jace had already worked out the answer. Why would the council bother telling him the truth now? I've figured this out before, haven't I? He said. A handful of times, one of the voices replied. If not you, then another member of personnel. Every now and then someone snoops, uncovers something they shouldn't, and you make them forget it. Jace finishes their sentence for them. Before we apply the amnestics, the voice said, observe. Today's 220 Calabasas procedure is already underway. A huge curved screen blinked to life. It filled half the circumference of the room, but wasn't enough to give Jace any clearer of a look at the O5 Council. Each one of them was cast as shadowy, silhouetted figures against the images now appearing on the screen. It was footage being streamed live from one of the personnel cleared to enter SCP-2317. They were already in the middle of performing the phony ritual, spritzing holy water over the 7 pillars, unaware that one of them was still linked to a chain keeping the Devourer imprisoned below. Suddenly, there was a rumbling, a shaking reverberating through the ground on the video feed like an earthquake, or something moving underneath. Oh my god, Jace breathed as he watched in horror. It's happening! The Devourer's coming now! Get them out of there! Some of the O5s mumbled awkwardly to themselves. We shouldn't act with too much haste. It could just be the creature reacting to the ritual, one hypothesized. It's been imprisoned for a lot longer than a lot of us have lived. It's bound to get restless, another concurred. Besides, the security team are armed with a nuclear device in case the worst should happen. On the screen, the tremors were continuing. The personnel member in charge of applying the holy water dropped the silver aspergillum and asporium containing it, spilling its contents over the salted earth below. Without any further warning, the ground started to crumble in the feed, an enormous clawed hand bursting up from underground. It was followed by the hulking shape of something much larger breaking through the salt plain, sending a tidal wave towards the personnel member whose body cam footage was being displayed. The feed cut out, and the room was dark once again. It's too late. Jace stared at the council in a mix of terror and disgust. You did nothing, and now it's too late! Before any of them could reply, another tremor rang out. This time beneath Jace's own feet. The Devourer of Worlds was here. It was bursting through the wooden door of SCP-2317 and tearing the Foundation facility apart with its immense size as it emerged. The walls cracked, the entire building beginning to crumble around him and the O5 Council, who were all hurriedly exiting the chamber to whatever plans or bunkers they had to ensure their own personal survival. Suddenly, the huge weight of something dropped through the dark and collapsed on top of Jace. Standing up amongst the wreckage of the obliterated building, the Devourer of Worlds drew itself up to its full height. It was an impossibly large creature, humanoid and obese. Its entire body was covered head to toe in thick, armored scales, with horns atop its jawless head. From one of them hung the final chain, a withered shackle no longer keeping the monster held within its underground prison. The 7 chains had all failed. The ritual, 220 Calabasas, had failed. In fact, it never worked in the first place. Far below, his arms pinned painfully under a heavy slab of concrete, Jace stared up at the towering form of the Devourer. He had felt scared as the building came down around him, and even now, there was a lingering fear of his own death. But there was something else there too, a sense of feeling oddly relieved. Not necessarily glad to be right about the impending doom, or even pleased to know this ancient trap deity was about to destroy the whole planet, but at least the Devourer of Worlds was honest, he thought. There was no subterfuge, no rituals acting as a smokescreen, no more lies. Just an honest simplicity of a creature whose only goal was to bring an end to everything. As Jace watched, the Devourer raised its hands up, reaching the highest pinnacle of the sky, then brought them straight back down to Earth. It plunged both deep into the skin of the world, deep enough to crack the very surface open. Mantle and magma were spewing everywhere, like blood from the gaping wounds it left in the planet. Jace Jacoby closed his eyes as the ground beneath where he lay trapped ripped open, plummeting him into the dark.
D-Class personnel are the cogs that keep the machinery of the SCP Foundation running smoothly. Unfortunately, things are rarely very smooth for the personnel themselves. There's a reason that common knowledge basically states that D stands for disposable. The lab rats of the SCP Foundation. D-Class is a role that no one in their right mind wants to play. But what if you didn't have a choice? What if somehow, whether through a shift in time and space, or being accused of a crime you didn't commit, you found yourself transported to a cell at an SCP Foundation site? Once there, you quickly realize how dire your situation is. But there's hope. Maybe. You overhear your fellow inmates whispering about other prisoners who managed to escape. Could you use your knowledge of the SCP Foundation to find your way back to freedom? We posed this scenario and question to the amazing fans of SCP Explained, and you told us about all the ways you would try to escape from the SCP Foundation before your inevitable termination, or worse, transmutation. So let's get right to it and see who would make it out and who would wind up in SCP-682's stomach. Just Drake said, "Well, considering I've quite enjoyed the VR game SCP Lab Rat, I'd wait for a good containment breach, maybe release a few extra SCPs that may be contained with me, trust no voice I hear looking at you, SCP-939, and just make for some type of hole created, or maybe sewage drain. I've never beaten the game, truthfully, but it'd be an adventure. Video games are the best way to prepare for real life. Everyone knows that. That's why Resident Evil made me great at killing monsters. Animal Crossing made me a world-class fisherman, and The Sims prepared me for those days where the door to my room is suddenly replaced with a painting of a clown. Really though, that sounds like a solid strategy. Use the chaos of a containment breach as a cover, play Robin Hood to some friendly SCPs, don't follow any voices, and see if you can Shawshank Redemption your way to freedom. What have you got to lose? Well, maybe your life, but you probably wouldn't hold on to that for long at the Foundation anyway." Unwind said, "Easy peasy. Having a leg up is an understatement in this situation. Having watched SCP Explained videos, we have a great understanding about the Foundation and the SCPs, even more so than the site director themselves. Just claim to be an O5 council member from a parallel universe, and when interrogated drop some classified information only they would know. You'd be such a valuable resource they might even let you join their council. Not only have you escaped D-Class duties, you've also gained high amounts of power. Easy peasy indeed. Just make an incredibly bold claim and expose yourself as a potential security risk. There's a slim chance this might work, but there's also a pretty substantial chance that the real O5 Council will intervene and decide to go ahead and terminate you, just in case. At the very least, you'd likely be placed in permanent protective custody. But hey, maybe they'll put you in one of the comfy cells with a minibar and everything." Gaming Revelation said, "If I was escaping, I would use an audio clip of 682 screaming and or destroying things and play it when people or SCPs are nearby. The sounds of 682 will scare people away or make a good enough distraction for any guards stupid enough to fight 682. I would also email the audio file to myself, that way I can use the audio file on basically any device." This is an interesting one. You need a lot of factors to line up just right for this one to work. From keeping your phone or another device on your person in spite of being in Foundation custody, to finding a Wi-Fi signal to access your email, to making sure that your audio file plays loudly enough to be convincing. Not sure what they have planned for the next update, but currently the iPhone doesn't emit sounds at a volume loud enough to break through walls. There is a chance that this sound would strike enough fear into the hearts of experienced guards to throw them off for a while anyway. Just make sure SCP-682 doesn't find out what you're up to. It probably doesn't appreciate copycats. Ender Titan Games said, "I have a pretty simple but solid escape plan, I think. Step 1. Find out what site I'm at. What kind of SCPs are contained there? Are they dangerous or harmless? How often are there containment breaches? How often do D-Class die? If the site seems safe enough, then I'll just spend my days meeting harmless SCPs like 999. Step 2. If the site is dangerous, then I need to do everything in my power to make sure I'm not cross-tested with a dangerous SCP. If that means stabbing my eye out or cutting off my leg, I'll do it. I'll do anything short of killing myself if it keeps me away from the likes of 106 and 682. Step 3. Try and see if any of the SCPs could help me escape. For instance, if 738 is at the site, then I'll find a way to get cross-tested with it, and then ask to be free from the Foundation and have all my criminal records wiped. Sure, it'll cost me, but hey, at least I'll be free. Or I could find a Keter-class SCP and see if we could help each other break out. It's a risky option, but once again, I do everything in my power to stay away from the lizard. Step 4. If all else fails, then I'm either going to have to wait for or cause a massive containment breach. Then I can escape in the confusion. All that time playing SCP Secret Lab will come in handy. Once again, it's a risky option and I don't really like my odds, but I'll take my chances if I have to. Step 5. If I die, and let's be honest, I most likely will, then I only have 2 requests for the Foundation. 1, that they actually decide which SCP-001 is the real SCP-001, and 2, that my tombstone read, "Subscribe to SCP Explained because they make fun and entertaining videos. Also screw the lizard." First of all, this isn't a simple plan by any means. It's not a Canadian rock band formed in 1999, and it's actually got quite a lot of detail. You've thought long and hard about this, and we appreciate that. One note though, making a deal with SCP-738 might not just cost you. A previous D-Class was offered freedom by the entity at the cost of his best friend's death. Even after he took that deal with the devil, he was recaptured by the Foundation a mere 5 hours later. You can decide for yourself if that's really worth it. But hey, if you're that desperate, then go right ahead. At least you've prepared for the very worst. The first of your posthumous requests will likely be denied, if we're being honest. And the second request is very sweet of you. Look, I'm blushing. But also, we'd prefer if you didn't put a Foundation target on our backs by pointing out how many of their secrets we're revealing. You're right about one thing, though. Can't stand that lizard. Juan Torres said, "We're going to need a teddy bear, an aluminum-coated box, a chair and a desk, an intact human nervous system, a dart gun, and lawn mulch." Wait, don't stop there. You're just gonna give us a list of ingredients and not finish the recipe? I already went out and bought all that stuff, and the nervous system won't stay fresh forever. Super Hamster said, "Plug 079 into the Wi-Fi. It could cause a breach big enough, so hide during the breach and then escape the ruined facility." Let me explain further. 682 and 079 bonded, and 682 is famous for containment breaches. 682 is very hard to recontain. So if you help 079, he'll help 682, which will help you. Also, many other dangerous SCPs will be breached. Now this is thinking big. Sure, you'll be exposing the entirety of the World Wide Web to an aggressive, unpredictable, and downright rude artificial intelligence, but you'll probably be able to escape back into the world. Who knows how much of the world will actually be left after you've unleashed 079, 682, and a whole host of other dangerous anomalies, but the remaining rubble will be your oyster. Creature Savage said, "Assuming I'm at a site with an intelligent SCP that's known for escapes, such as 682, I'd offer it a chance at freedom if it helped me escape, and we'd both take off for the infinite IKEA. Of course, I could also offer Ferdinand the Cannibal my services as a jester for his protection all the way to and through the infinite IKEA." Ferdinand the Cannibal. Now you're talking. If you manage to team up with that gargantuan gentleman, he could definitely be a big help. Just make sure he stays well fed, or your new friend is going to start wondering how you taste with fava beans and a nice Chianti. Otherwise though, he'd love to have someone listen to his stories and take the high part during his favorite songs. Once you're free though, why not shoot for the stars? No need to fend off the murderous staff of the infinite IKEA, just go to a regular IKEA and get a new couch and some meatballs. No monsters necessary. Delay Animation said, "Before escaping, there are multiple problems to overcome. You have to know the layout, guards, patrol paths, camera placement, which keycards you need, which opportunities are best to escape. And once you manage to find all of that out and escape the outside, you're still not done. Depending on if you were in a site or area, the bare wilderness surrounding a site would be enough to wreak havoc on you. Not to mention the watchtowers and outside patrols. If you were in an area, the Foundation would most likely have agents in the town surrounding the area. In conclusion, it is not possible to escape the Foundation's grasp. The only way to not wind up as a Class D is to not do anything to become a Class D. You know what they say, the best defense is a good offense. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure." However, there's not much offense or prevention you can do when a temporal anomaly thrusts you into a parallel universe and plops you down right in the middle of a D-class cell. So even if you keep your hands clean your entire life, you might just find yourself in the custody of the SCP Foundation anyway. It's a nice idea to think that just making all the right choices will prevent you from being falsely imprisoned by a secret organization, but sadly life and wormholes just don't work like that. Zagham Shabazz Karim said, "The best thing to do is to make allies. First of all, you need to get as many D-class personnel on your side as possible. Ask them what duties they are on and use your information to help them. Also, use them to find out what your duties are going to be, as they will have connections. You need to stay on the down low, as if you're found out, you'll be experimented on or worse. But you don't only want to make allies with the D-class. Armed with the knowledge from SCP Explained, you are able to guess or approximate which facility you are at, what SCPs might be there, and who the staff are. With that knowledge, you can approach some of the kinder staff and build your relationship. So in case you get caught when escaping, you have a fallback or someone that can bail you out of deadly punishments. You also want to be resourceful and map out the place to identify escape routes and the armory or weapons storage facility. Next, you want to form better relationships with some of the SCPs. Before terminations roll around, you want to arrange a day that the D-class personnel help some SCPs out of containment. Most non-deadly ones, as you don't want to make an enemy out of the SCP Foundation, but enough to distract the guarding personnel. Also, with your close contact with facility members, you have a better chance at stealing credentials or passes to allow yourself through doors and escape. But that isn't all. There actually might be some SCPs on site that will make escaping easier, and your goal should not just be your own escape, but escaping with as many D-class personnel as possible. You want to equip them with passes. All of them should know only one specific escape routes, which they themselves or a few others are going, so that even if they are caught, the others will not be found out. And you want a few of them to escape before everyone else and cause a ruckus outside, making it look like the whole group has escaped, sending guards behind them. They'll need access to a vehicle, so that needs to be secured from one of the staff, which could be captured during the escape and used for a way out, or you could steal their keys earlier, depending on the situation. You, yourself, and a few others head to the armory to secure weapons, not only to escape, but to protect yourself from SCPs in the future. Then you need to secure vehicles for the group, which you will need to put distance between the facility and your group and stay away from other nearby facilities. You'll need to stop at a certain point and go to the nearest hospital to check for body implants, or anything that can be used to track you, changing clothes, and continuing on by foot. At this point, your group can choose to separate, live collectively, and stay alert of the Foundation, or join another organization. This is probably the longest response we received. We just had to include it to applaud the dedication and thought at play here, as well as the selflessness. You're not just planning for your own rescue. No, that's too small time for Zagham. You're planning to liberate every D-class you can, and potentially start your own brand new society together. Make sure you have a nice talk with them about the rules for your new community, such as absolutely no stabbing your neighbors, and enjoy all the great trauma-free barbecues that follow. Plot Armor said, "I would either attempt to cause a containment breach or steal an anomaly like SCP-268. Still, first I would draw thaumaturgic symbols all over my body and clothes, like Kalfistan Isle, which will make me resistant to physical damage that will help me survive a containment breach. Bringing thaumaturgy into the equation is a brilliant move. You'd likely be the only D-class on site with any knowledge of that work or the symbols. You'll have to act fast though, and work your magic before the Foundation figures out what you're up to. If you don't, they'll likely wipe your memory with amnestics or just terminate you on the spot. The trickiest part of this plan is probably finding something to write with. You can't exactly ask to borrow a pen, but between those and the hat, you could probably slip out unnoticed and unscathed." Jacob Audi said, "I just do my best to find Mr. Peanut so I could die relatively quickly or painlessly." Why would that kill you? Are you allergic? Just kidding, we know you're talking about SCP-173. As bleak of an answer as this is, we have to commend your honesty and self-awareness it takes to look at the dangers of trying to escape the SCP Foundation and simply saying, "No, I'd rather not." Just another person on the internet said, "Well, taken with someone who has a very short attention span and who is a procrastinator with ADHD, I could request a test with Miss J to see how it would affect someone like me. Then I could escape and live the rest of my life in peace and solidarity. Miss J did help a previous D-class leave the Foundation behind and start a new life, so why not you too? We're sure you'll be a model pupil, and wish you luck in whatever discipline you decide to pursue. Don't forget your number 2 pencil. Milo Knight said, SCP-6113 is a pretty surefire way to get out. Assuming you meet the criteria, you can suddenly have a different name and appearance, and you won't really be on any Foundation records. Use that to plead your case. Just pray you don't get terminated. This would be a pretty drastic choice, and you'd probably have to double down on the whole new life thing since none of your loved ones will recognize you. Or you can just tell them you got extreme reconstructive surgery, I guess. But it's better to be alive in a new body than dead in your usual one. As long as you're able to avoid detection following your transformation and make sure they don't catch you on the security tapes, this might just work. Zadanor0203 said, I mean, you can't. Yes, you'll survive until the monthly termination, but with how fortified these sites are, unless you can get lucky with a containment breach or are able to gain access to the sewer system, you're not escaping. And that's not even taking into account your spontaneous being here, and having great knowledge on the Foundation that you'd only really know if you were a being above their perception. So on top of that, there's also the potential of you being terminated for knowing too much, or being contained as a new SCP. Hey now, we didn't say reply with the best way to bum us out. Really though, we see all of your hyper-realistic commenters, and we get it, really. But in a world filled with killer statues and friendly slime monsters, anything is possible. Sure, most of the D-class that wind up behind Foundation walls wind up dead, but you could be the 1 in a million who makes it out. Dare to dream. Matt's Magic said, easy. I simply say, whoever shoots me or harms me is a rotten egg, and then walk out unharmed, due to the fact the guards are in fact people, not eggs. That's it. You've cracked the code. Unless the SCP Foundation starts hiring eggs as guards or creates some sort of unholy human-egg hybrid to staff their halls, we're looking at you. Humans refuted. Their days of keeping D-class prisoners are over. Thank you for participating in yet another weird, wild community response video from SCP Explained. What's your favorite escape attempt? Anything we missed? Let us know down in the comments. And if you want the chance to be featured in the next one, keep an eye on our community tab for the next question. And in the meantime, get back in your cells. Imagine knowing that there's a monster right under your nose. Imagine knowing that this monster is capable of killing any human being on Earth, and all because they simply saw a photograph of its face. When this monster is on the warpath, literally nothing can stop it. No weapon that human beings have invented is capable of even slowing it down. Imagine knowing, in the age of mass media, of clicks and shares, of 24-hour news, smartphones, and limitless social media connecting billions across the globe, that one stray picture of this monster leaked in the wrong place could cause the end of the world as we know it. And this fateful, terrifying day could come at any time. Congratulations, you now know how it feels to be Dr. Dan, the hot-headed lead SCP Foundation researcher on the SCP-096 case. The anomaly itself requires no real introduction. The infamous mass-murdering Shy Guy has haunted the nightmares of Foundation experts for years, but nobody is more haunted by this thing than Dr. Dan himself. For over a decade now, he has firmly believed that there's one solution to the 096 problem: termination with extreme prejudice. In his eyes, to think that 096 is ever truly contained is an illusion. They could never be sure of how many pictures of it are out there, floating around just waiting to be seen, like a time bomb waiting to go off. The resources spent containing it and cleaning up after its rampages, he would often argue, would be better spent instead figuring out how to finally kill it. But seeing as we're talking about the SCP Foundation here, not the Global Occult Coalition, the O5 Council didn't see it quite the same way. They constantly overturned Dr. Dan's termination requests, leaving the paranoid researcher more furious with each rejection. He tried to warn them again and again and again.
Don't you see? It's like a stick of dynamite, and the fuse is already lit. If you don't let me put it out before it's too late, there won't even be anyone left to pick up the pieces.
But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Until, of course, Incident 096-1-A. A dark and bloody day still looked back on with shame and horror by even the most hardened members of Foundation's staff. It was the day that SCP-096 gave everyone a taste of the mass carnage it was truly capable of. Dr. Dan wasn't even there when Containment was first breached. He was off on an expedition in the snowy mountains where 096 was first found, trying to discover clues to its true origin. Dr. Dan's second-in-command, Dr. Alexei, was also lucky enough to be outside of the containment area when the Shy Guy escaped. According to interviews he gave at debriefing tribunals, he was in the break room, treating himself to a warm cup of joe. All the other personnel assigned to 096's containment and research were near its containment chamber, a giant cube made of reinforced metal, observing a live feed of data being collected from the cube's interior. As usual, sensors indicated that 096 was pacing within. For obvious reasons, the Foundation doesn't maintain any kind of live visual surveillance on 096. It wouldn't be worth the risk. But what seemed like an otherwise quiet day suddenly took a turn for the insane. The monitors began displaying terrifying data, indicating an imminent containment breach as the wails of the creature within the cube echoed out through its metal walls. Some tried to run. Others did all they could to engage emergency procedures, while guards armed with heavy weaponry rushed into the room. They all knew in their hearts that it wouldn't save them, but what else could they do? A huge dent bulged out from the side of the cube, then another, before the metal was torn open like tissue paper as the furious hands of the Shy Guy began clawing their way through it. Secondary layers of protection were deployed, but they didn't help. 096 just kept ripping through all the barriers. As everyone in attendance knew, once it was in its rage state, nothing could stop it. Literally nothing. The guards attempted to fire on the anomaly, but their bullets did no good. As the creature burst free, most of the people in the room had at least momentary visual contact with its face. In response, Code Lima was declared, and the entire chamber was flooded with a fast-acting nerve gas, killing everyone. Everyone except for 096 itself, of course. Within 2 minutes, 096 had broken free of the entire containment site and began running through the desert at breakneck speeds towards its distant target. The Foundation needed to act fast and find a way to stop it before it hit a population center where the death toll would skyrocket. Team Echo Romeo were dispatched to pursue the creature in a heavily armed attack helicopter, while MTF Tau-1, a task force specializing in SCP-096 containment and recovery, forged ahead to identify the Anomalies target, designated 096-1, and to move any other civilians out of harm's way. Dr. Dan was alerted of the disastrous situation and offered guidance to both teams from afar. Echo Romeo's chopper pursued 096, barely able to keep up. Dr. Dan recommended attempting to at least slow the creature down with heavy arms fire, even though he knew actually stopping it would be impossible. A member of the team used a modified XM500 anti-material rifle to fire several rounds at the creature, but even the shot that passed directly through its head appeared to have no effect on it. But at least they had a lock on its direction now. 096 always travels in a straight line, directly towards its target, smashing through any obstacles in its way. This means its intended direction is relatively easy to track, and people in the path of its trajectory are even easier to save. But it's a high-pressure job reserved for MTF Tau-1. Tau-1 passed over Echo Romeo and 096 in a series of 8 V-22 Ospreys, hoping beyond hope that they could outrun the creature, since there were several different towns in its direct path. But thanks once again to the one and only Dr. Dan, Echo Romeo and Tau-1 had a secret weapon that neither team had ever possessed before: Scramble. Scramble was an advanced computer program created by Dr. Dan with the help of Dr. Alexei, which was coded into microprocessors for modification into camera feeds and viewing goggles. The program had been fed intricate data concerning every single detail of 096's face, and as the name suggests, when encountering that visual data in real life, it scrambles it beyond recognition. In theory, it would make it far safer for operatives to be around SCP-096 without activating its rage state. In theory. It wasn't long before disaster struck. 096 had made its way onto I-40 and had begun attacking vehicles it encountered, killing the people inside. By this point, it had already outrun the Echo Romeo chopper, rendering them essentially useless. Tau 1 just had to forge ahead along 096's trajectory and try to get as many people out of the danger zone as possible, until 096-1 was located and destroyed by the anomaly. Years of training for an awful day like this had paid off, as the first 3 towns along 096's path were successfully evacuated. The Shy Guy just ran right through all of them, and no lives were lost. The same, however, could not be said for town number 4. As was standard procedure, Tau 1 had everyone in the town gathered up and blindfolded. The entire team in attendance had modified night vision goggles with scramble microprocessors, so in theory, they were better off than most from 096 if things went south. The Tau 1 members tried in vain to keep everybody in line. They were threatening to shoot anyone who dared to remove their blindfold when 096 finally appeared. It tripped during its approach, rolling and shattering through several houses. Chaos erupted. Some people instinctively removed their blindfolds to see what was going on, and panicked members of Tau 1 began firing into the crowd. The screams of the civilians and the bursts of gunfire were all drowned out by the horrific wailing of 096 itself, as it tore through everyone and everything to kill the unfortunate souls who had seen its face. And given how many had removed their blindfolds during the initial pandemonium, SCP-096 had a huge number of the townspeople on its list. 096 located and grabbed the original 096-1, the person that had first glimpsed its face and caused all of this. But in the grand scheme of things, he was just one more body on the pile that day. Though of course we mean this in a purely metaphorical sense. 096 never leaves entire bodies. The Foundation operatives in attendance were able to figure out what had caused all this madness and death. 096-1 had been an amateur mountaineer and spent his vacations hiking around any mountain ranges he could gain access to, including the mountain range that 096 had been inhabiting prior to its initial capture and containment. But he hadn't actually seen 096 on that fateful trip, which had been taken over a decade ago. But in a photograph taken that day of himself, standing on a picturesque mountainside, 096 made a cameo. It took up all of 4 pixels, a tiny off-white dot against the snow on the back right side of the photograph. This photograph, with all the deadly potency of an atom bomb, had been sitting there for years, waiting. When the mountaineer was looking through old photos that morning and his eyes passed over those few blurry pixels, he didn't have any idea that he had just laid his eyes on one of the most dangerous anomalies the world has ever seen. But you don't have to know. Only 096 does. As Tau 1, led by their commander Major Jack Wilford, tried to retake control of the situation, things got even worse. It turned out Dr. Dan's scramble technology, the one thing that was supposed to have given them an edge in this situation, didn't actually work. As soon as goggle-wearing members of the team laid eyes on 096, it entered its rage state and started massacring them. It tore many of the Mobile Task Force members to shreds, including a number of the operatives required for piloting the 8 Ospreys. It was a disaster of truly epic proportions, and the catastrophic failure of Dr. Dan's scramble technology was a key factor. The root of the technology's failure was easy enough to figure out. Dr. Dan's scramble microprocessors worked fast, but not fast enough. Fractions of a second glimpses of 096's face managed to get through, and that was more than enough to set 096 off. Echo Romeo and MTF Epsilon arrived shortly afterwards to clean up the mess. It'd been a disaster of such magnitude that even a CNN reporter arrived on the scene and started filming before being promptly shut down by Epsilon. It was a member of Echo Romeo that finally slipped the bag over a docile 096's head, preparing it for containment once again, the creature now content that it had eliminated all of the unfortunate souls who had seen its face. He'd found 096 sitting next to a minivan that had its roof ripped off, the young family inside being the last to have seen its face. And things were so awful in the aftermath of the containment breach that the O5 Council changed their tune, finally granting Dr. Dan permission to terminate 096 by any means necessary. It's terrifying to think that all this can unfold because of a couple of poorly timed accidents. But it's probably even more terrifying to consider that it wasn't an accident at all. It seemed awfully convenient that both Dr. Dan and Dr. Alexei were far from danger when all hell broke loose. It was also convenient that, despite the failure of his technology being a major reason why the breach was as deadly as it was, Dr. Dan had still come out of the situation with everything he wanted. The Foundation also found this strange, and the more they looked into it, the more they found details that didn't add up. Alibis began to fall apart. Coincidences didn't seem so coincidental, and eventually a weak link in the chain was identified: Dr. Alexei. Under pressure from the Foundation, Alexei spilled everything. Dr. Dan had essentially orchestrated the entire containment breach, and on top of that, he did everything he could to make it as deadly as possible, all with the purpose of getting the O5 Council to see things his way, and finally give him the permission he needed to devote all of the SCP-096 resources to its termination. But it came at a terrible price to Dr. Dan personally. For his crimes against the Foundation and humanity, he was permitted to try and figure out a way to terminate 096 once and for all. But as payment for his crimes, he himself would also be terminated as soon as his task was complete. Were the lives of all those innocent people, and Dr. Dan himself, worth the price of finally being authorized to terminate SCP-096? When asked why he did all of this, Dr. Dan simply said,
"It worked. There was only a matter of time until that happened in a major population center, and its face spread over the world news. I can kill 096, but I've killed myself in the process."
While we don't agree with his methods, there's something almost admirable about a person so single-mindedly devoted to their cause. The year was 1994, and all seemed well at Site-19. Researchers, administrative staff, containment specialists, and guards saw to their daily tasks. As the largest SCP Foundation containment site on the books, there was something paradoxically prestigious and pedestrian about working at the legendary facility. Of course, among staff at the SCP Foundation, the site was famous and took on a certain mythology around breakroom discussions for those who weren't assigned there.
Did you see the crazy new tech they got at Site-19? It's like something out of Star Wars.
I heard some of the anomalies they store at Site-19 can cause XK-class end-of-the-world scenarios, so they've got hammered down on speed dial.
You know, my buddy told me that Site-19 has a pool on the 5th floor. Everyone who works there gets to go up and chill there once a week, and they've got a dedicated bar up there that serves cocktails with little umbrellas all night long.
Of course, some rumors are truer than others. Not the pool thing though, sorry, that one's complete baloney. It is, however, completely true of the SCP Explained office, but hey, that's a story for another day. Site-19, as a result of its size, does indeed need a simultaneously large and elite staff to handle its many unique containment requirements. People work around the clock to ensure everything runs smoothly, knowing that the risk of dropping the ball means death and destruction on a wide scale. Personnel have been trained to meticulously study new anomalies, discover their strengths and weaknesses, drum up ideal containment requirements, and get the situation on lock as quickly as possible. Most of the time, the operations at Site-19 run smoother than George Benson. Most of the time. Of course, with the exception of a few researchers there. Sorry, Dr. Bright and Dr. Crow. Everyone who works at Site-19 is only human. Mistakes can happen, even when the cost of those mistakes is much costlier than when you forget to carry the little zero on your dull office job's latest mind-numbing spreadsheet. Little oversights can pile up into catastrophes over time, especially when you put your mind to committing the greatest sin of all, underestimating your opponent. Exactly as the SCP Foundation did one fateful day in 1994. You see, the SCP Foundation contains hundreds, if not thousands, of new anomalies every single year. When this job becomes your daily bread and butter, what once seemed exceptionally slow becomes humdrum and mundane. Just like the earlier rumors suggested, there are monsters, entities, and objects locked up at Site-19 that could cause an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario
if they ever got out. Could the fine folks staffing that site really be blamed for not paying that much attention to some anomalous sculpture? They just weren't aware how incredibly dire the consequences of taking your eyes off of SCP-173 were yet. But believe me when I say, they were about to receive a hell of an education. The sculpture had come into their care a year earlier in 1993, though the exact circumstances of how it came to Site-19 tend to differ depending on who you ask. Its anomalous ability had become apparent rather quickly, at the expense of a few careless personnel's lives. But hey, isn't that always the way these things unfold? The sculpture could be frozen in place by looking at it, though whenever people turned their gaze away, it moved towards its prey at shocking speeds and killed them by either strangulation or, more commonly, snapping necks. Sure, it wasn't the kind of entity you'd want to have a cup of coffee with or place in your living room as a striking new object d'art, but the Foundation had plenty of these so-called murder monsters in containment already, and this was one you didn't even need to shoot. Just looking at it is enough to freeze it in place. A few D-classes were lost during the first few months of figuring out the best way to clean the nasty creature's cell, on account of the fact that it poops constantly. But other than that, it was all pretty smooth sailing. They had no idea just how dangerous this work of malicious modern art was. This brings us back to that fateful day in 1994, the day when SCP-173 first breached containment. Researcher Theo Trask was walking down the large winding halls of Site-19, marking off each successfully contained anomaly on his clipboard. It was a monotonous job, but somebody had to do it. He looked through the viewing windows of all the anomalies that wasn't deadly to look at, taking inventory. He worked at the SCP Foundation for 8 years now, and nothing amazed him anymore. He was thinking about what he might have for dinner that night, or whether he should go to the movie theater to see that new film, Pulp Fiction. Up in the security office for Sector C of Site-19, Security Officer Todd Buffett and his men observed the monitors glowing before them. It was a blissfully boring day. One of them was discreetly playing Snake on his Nokia under the table. Days like this were made for wasting, and they were tragically few at the SCP Foundation, where being excited was often the prelude for being dead. Todd yawned and was happy for the privilege to do so. In a darkened Sector C server room, a group of engineers performed routine maintenance. They could see their breath. These rooms were kept extra cold to prevent the technology from overheating. It was intricate work, but they were well trained to do it. So much so that they sometimes slipped into a state of autopilot while conducting these checks, saving the burden of conscious thought for meteor tasks further down the line. These were unremarkable tasks on an unremarkable day, and they would be happy for it all to end. And of course, it would, just not in the sense that they meant. A mixed group of researchers and administrative staff sat in the break room, enjoying their mediocre packed lunch and sharing their own version of inane office banter. It was a nice step away from the often deadly grind and shoot the breeze with others in their line of work. After all, it was a strange job with its own unique pressures. You needed to discuss it with others who got it sometimes, just to avoid going insane from the pressure. But then you needed to avoid the unforgivable blade of this double-edged sword's mirror half. You never wanted to get too attached to a coworker at the SCP Foundation, because who knows, you might not be seeing them again tomorrow. Or they might not be seeing you. Back in the server bank, a junior technician named Colin Muntz was about to make one teeny tiny little mistake. While running diagnostics on one of the room's power cores, he tripped a fuse and set a terrible chain reaction in motion. Cables running all through Site-19 caught the shockwaves of Colin's poor decision in a moment, causing a series of power cuts that ran through different systems throughout the facility, each one tripping the next like proverbial series of tumbling dominoes. Back to researcher Theo Trask, lazily ticking boxes on his clipboard. He was about to do another one and break for lunch when the lights overhead suddenly went out, leaving him in a dark hallway. He was immediately broken from his trance, heart beating 20 to the dozen. Seconds passed, and the dark somehow remained. What was going on here? It didn't make sense. Surely the auxiliary generator should have kicked in by now, right? and on any other day, it would have. But unluckily for Theo Trask, this just so happened to be the one day in the last several months that the facility's main backup generator was also experiencing routine maintenance. Sometimes, life just isn't fair. Trask felt his heart leap up into his throat as a door somewhere behind him slowly creaked, open with a torturously long metallic screech. Trask didn't have a gun or even a taser, but he did have a small flashlight attached to his belt. With a draw speed that would rival Clint Eastwood in his prime, the terrified Trask whipped out his flashlight and shone it in the direction of the noise. His beam caught a static figure staring at him without a face. The rigid, soulless body of the sculpture, SCP-173, was standing less than 10 feet away from him. In this light, its smears of Krylon-based spray paint looked almost like a mocking grin. "Your move, researcher," it seemed to say. Trask had broken into a cold sweat. His hand was shaking, but he needed to keep the beam on that monster. Whatever tripped the power must have compromised the system that governed the sculpture's electrical deadbolt, and unless the light bulbs came back on and the hallway was suddenly flooded with other personnel and a forklift to get that miserable chunk of concrete back into its cell, then he was in real trouble. He couldn't run. It would kill him the second he turned around, and he couldn't walk backwards. One trip in the dark and he'd be found dead on the ground, head facing in the wrong direction. All he could do now was hope. Hope, and of course, not blink. But as the seconds passed and the pressure mounted, this became harder and harder to achieve. He could feel the surface of his eyes drying out, leading to a sharp stinging sensation. Still, the sculpture lingered and waited as researcher Trask's eyes began to water. People should be coming, shouldn't they? Surely help would be on the way. But he couldn't hear footsteps or the squeaking tires of a forklift just yet. He couldn't hear anything except his heartbeat and the blood rushing in his ears. His eyes were killing him, just metaphorically for now, but not for long. What harm would one little blink do? Only for a fraction of a second. Now, before we proceed to the researcher's gruesome and terrifying death, we'd like to perform a quick experiment with you, the viewer of SCP Explained. We've created a number of videos exploring the fascinating and frightening enigma of SCP-173, and one statement seems to pop up in the comments again and again from backseat containment experts. Why not just blink your eyes one at a time? That's a surefire way to keep it locked into place. Okay then, let's give it a try. Open both your eyes nice and wide. Now, blink your left eye, and now, blink your right. Left, right. Left, right. Keep going while I'm talking. Don't stop. Keep it up. How are your eyes feeling? It makes your vision a little blurry, doesn't it? Kind of makes your eyes sting a little as time goes on. Oh, look who it is. Well, if it isn't SCP-173. What a surprise. And it looks very interested in you, doesn't it? Better keep one of your eyes open at all times. Left blink, right blink. Left blink, right blink. No pressure, of course. But if you've closed your eyes at any time during this little experiment, you're already laying dead on the ground with a broken neck. Left, right. Left, right. Do you feel the burn yet? There's no shame in giving up. All it'll cost you is your life. And that's why we don't blink one eye at a time. Now, back to the story. Researcher Trask couldn't take it any longer. His aching eyes fluttered closed for an almost imperceptible moment of time, and that was all this sinister sculpture needed. Trask felt the impossibly cold concrete grip of its stubby arms on either side of his head, and a sharp jerk that communicated a mere moment of unimaginable pain, followed by the physical answer to silence. The sculpture darted through the darkness of the hallway, with no living eyes left to freeze it in place. In the darkness, it was impossible to defeat. It would do the two things it knew how to do: hunt and murder. In the Sector C security office, all hell was breaking loose. Thanks to Colin Muntz's little oopsie in the server room, all the monitors were dark, and all the corded phones that had given them a direct line to assistance were all dead. They had no idea what was happening out there. Maybe they'd all gotten extremely unlucky and all of the cells were open. Whatever caused this catastrophic power failure must have also knocked out the alarm system, because they were getting nothing. When the door behind Security Officer Todd Buffett and his men opened, he was profoundly relieved to think that assistance had already arrived. He and his men were a lot less relieved when they began to fall to the ground. Their necks snapped with exquisite efficiency, if you're into that kind of thing. That's because the sculpture had found its way into the security office and gave itself more crunch than you'd get from a family-sized bag of Doritos. But with these new victims now little more than dead meat, it was time to move on. Over in the break room, the collection of research and administration staff who were enjoying pleasant chit-chat not long ago were now hidden away in darkness. It was so bleak in there that they couldn't see the cup of ramen steaming inches away from their faces. In moments like this, the usual advice is to stay calm and wait for the situation to be resolved. After all, if you tried to take anything into your own hands, you might fall over and injure yourself. Normally, this is good advice. It's less effective when the thing that wishes you grave injury is actively on its way, and sitting in the dark certainly isn't going to stop it. Elsewhere in the building, the engineering team were scrambling like there was no tomorrow to rectify their mistake. Partially because if SCP-173 got to them before they'd gotten the lights working again, there really would be no tomorrow. With their mini flashlights, they desperately searched for any way to rectify the issue and get everything turned back on. In a normal company, the biggest concern in a situation like this might be massive, irretrievable data loss. But of course, at the SCP Foundation, the issue is more a massive and irretrievable loss of human life, and also the data too. A few miles south of Site-19, a different kind of cavalry were on its way. A detachment of MTF Nu 7 Hammerdown were on their way in a pair of armored helicopters. Their assault rifles had flashlights fixed to them, and their helmets came fitted with night vision goggles as standard. Their intel suggested a large portion of Site-19 Sector C had gone dark for whatever reason, and they were ready to drop in and get things back under control. The one question was whether they'd get there in time to save the people in the break room, as the sculpture drew ever closer to their location. Speaking of, the group of research and administration staff were still just sitting around, waiting for the lights to turn back on. One of the more senior researchers in the room, Dr. Sherry Brewis, was a lifelong smoker, and as such, she was fishing around in her purse for her Zippo lighter to shed some light on the situation. Her rummaging was so loud that she could barely even hear the door to the room beginning to creak open. But she heard the first snap, and the awful, animalistic chorus of screams that followed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As each of her fellow members of Foundation personnel fell, she could feel the thing killing them getting closer. She could almost feel the same icy limbs gripping her skull when she whipped out and lit the Zippo, the flame coming alive in front of her face with a pleasing metallic click. It didn't offer much light, just enough for her to see the monster looming inches away from her face. SCP-173, limbs outstretched and ready. The rest of the room was silent. She knew in that moment she was the only one alive in here now, but she still wasn't the only survivor yet. That all depended on what happened next. The flame danced and the sculpture remained frozen in place, standing so close to her, it wanted her. It wanted to hear her neck crunch. The flames began to dance erratically, and Dr. Brewis felt her heart rate spike. One careless breath, and the light keeping her alive would be gone. But even if she did everything right here, it might not be enough to save her. It didn't even need a second to do what it wanted so badly to do. The light seemed almost to flicker, getting smaller, getting weaker. Dr. Brewis felt tears dribbling down her cheeks. Any second now. Click. The lights above her turned back on. She could have screamed in delirious relief, but that might have also been a scream at the expense of her many dead coworkers, littered around the room. Either way, her thoughts were interrupted by a staccato burst of footsteps, followed by the boom of the door being kicked in by a booted foot. The members of Hammerdown were standing in the doorway. She was saved. In the hours that followed, things were righted as best as they could be with so many deaths. The sculpture was returned to containment. The bodies were cleared away. The electrical issues were fixed. Much would continue on as normal after that day. Death, after all, was an occupational hazard for those working at the SCP Foundation, but one thing forever changed. SCP-173 was never underestimated again. Well, hello there, SCP fans. Let's get this out of the way first. You've seen the title and thumbnail, and you're probably wondering, wait, is Siren Head an SCP? And the answer is no. Siren Head is not an SCP. It's a freaky internet monster created by renowned Canadian horror artist Trevor Henderson. Your next question is probably, what's with this crazy-looking server bank behind me? Allow me to introduce you to the Anomatron 6000. The latest advancement of supercomputing owned and operated exclusively by the SCP Foundation. It's capable of a whole bunch of interesting features, calculating ideal containment methods, running state-of-the-art Foundation web crawler software, making and editing fun SCP YouTube videos. But the most interesting feature that the Anomatron has to offer is running hyper-advanced simulations regarding all things anomalous, with data fed into it by thousands of real-life experiments conducted by the SCP Foundation. It's going to save countless dollars and lives for Foundation researchers, but way more importantly, it's going to let us explore all kinds of weird and wacky what-if scenarios that would never happen organically. Could SCP-343 beat Goku or Superman? Who's a deadlier supernatural killer? SCP-106 or Freddy Krueger? Would the world simply explode from adorableness if SCP-999 and Baby Yoda ever crossed those multiversal barriers and met? We can explore all of these questions, along with any others you may have down in the comments. Seriously, comment it, we dare you. But to get things started, we figured we'd make the Anomatron pit the Foundation's lankiest nightmare monster, SCP-096, against the internet's, Trevor Henderson's, Siren Head. Sorry, Slenderman, you're just not cool anymore. So without further ado, let's kick the Anomatron into gear and see how this wild battle plays out. It's time for SCP-096 vs. Siren Head. Ricky and Elliot, a pair of aspiring travel YouTubers from California, were taking a vacation to the Pacific Northwest to spend some time in the area's beautiful lush forests. However, while the duo were both big fans of travel for its own sake, they weren't just here for the trees and fresh air. You see, despite their jet-setting lifestyle, Ricky and Elliot's subscribers and views hadn't exactly been phenomenal lately. Turns out hiking vlogs and GoPro footage of the two of them jumping into absurdly blue water in Bali weren't exactly that interesting to people who weren't actually there. But Ricky had formulated an ingenious plan to pull the two of them out of obscurity. They would hunt down and film real footage of the legendary Siren Head, a supernatural monster said to haunt forests and isolated graveyards. There were plenty of fakers out there on YouTube, but if the two of them could get real footage of Siren Head, and also preferably survive the experience, they'd be framing their golden play buttons in no time. But they were already encountering certain issues. For starters, the two Californians had severely underestimated just how cold it was in the Pacific Northwest, and as such, were already shivering from bone-deep cold. The second issue was food. While the two of them had thought ahead and brought a selection of tasty protein bars, they'd also gotten hungry during the early hours of their walk and eaten all of them, leaving them feeling severely out of luck by the time dinner rolled around. And the third and perhaps most problematic issue of all was the fact that Ricky and Elliot didn't exactly have a great sense of direction. During all of their previous trips, they'd been on guided tours with local experts. In this instance, wanting to take all the Siren Head glory and clout for themselves, they decided to come in alone, with the incredibly janky Google Maps app to guide them. As such, as the night was creeping in, the two aspiring YouTube celebrities had no idea where they were. Needless to say, it wasn't exactly an ideal situation. And to make matters worse, Ricky and Elliot had been experiencing some strange feelings for the last couple of hours when they'd gotten particularly deep into the forest. That dread-inducing sensation of being watched by something lurking just out of sight. A gaze with some unknowable and darkly malicious intent boiling behind it. These two poor saps had no idea what was in store for them tonight. And wouldn't you know it, the one watching them right now wouldn't even be the only monster after them. After an expectable amount of bumbling and buffoonery, Ricky and Elliot managed to gather up enough tinder to make a semi-respectable campfire. They could sleep out here tonight, then set off in search of Siren Head or civilization, whichever came first, in the daylight the next day. The duo did what they could to remain chipper, in spite of the ominous circumstances. Sure, they were trapped in the depths of the woods alone, but think of the amazing vlog footage they'd get. They'd be like the next Blair Witch crew, except they'd live, hopefully. But as the duo sat next to their campfire, they felt that ominous sensation again. The hairs on the back of their necks started standing up. They felt shivers that didn't just come from the cold. More and more, they started to feel certain that something in this forest was watching them. Something ancient and powerful and evil. That's when they heard the telltale crackle of radio static, and their skeletons almost jumped out of their skin. Could it be him? The patron saint of gone missing without a trace, of creeping dread, of bad things coming. Siren Head himself. Both men fell silent. All they could hear was the crackling of their own fire. Had the sound before just been an illusion? A product of a pair of paranoid minds also predisposed to sense siren-headed monsters lurking amongst the trees. They'd been reading about a higher rate of disappearances in this area, along with a number of frightening sightings of tall, thin beings and radio static that seemed perfectly consistent with siren head activity. That's why they'd come here in the first place. But had they come here to their deaths? The two needed to distract themselves, or they'd go mad from the paranoia. They decided to share a few fun little anecdotes of the travels they'd had before meeting one another, showing the photos they'd saved on their smartphones. Ricky had been to Hawaii, Tahiti, Bora Bora, Fiji, St. Lucia, and the Maldives. Clearly, he liked his vacations warm and sandy. Elliot, on the other hand, tended to like his trips to be a little more adventurous. He'd seen volcanoes, waterfalls, deep and treacherous cave systems, and, of course, a little guided mountaineering. One photo that Elliot showed Ricky was particularly breathtaking. He was standing in the foreground of a snowy landscape, with an incredible mountain range behind him. When Ricky asked Elliot where exactly he'd taken this picture, strangely enough, he drew a complete blank. Maybe somewhere in Canada or Siberia or something like that. But it was a hell of a trip, whatever the case. He remembered having a great time. It was such a tiny detail, but when looking at the photo, Ricky couldn't help but notice something in the background, a speck of white. Sure, not exactly newsworthy in the snowy mountain range, but this wasn't snow. It was a speck of white that seemed to be a slightly different shade than the rest of the mountain. Strange. Perhaps it was just some tiny particle stuck on the lens whenever the photo was taken. The two continued to chat and warmed their hands against the fire, having no idea of the horror they'd just awoken in doing so. Over 100 miles away, at an SCP Foundation containment site, researchers and guards walked around the perimeter of a huge airtight metal cube, reading off diagnostics and audio recordings. For reasons that should be obvious to everyone who's a fan of this channel, there were no camera feeds coming from the inside of the great metal cube, only a faint whimpering sound, like a sad, wounded animal, and the clanking of pacing feet moving back and forth over the metal, dragging forlorn knuckles. It turned every head in the room when the crying started to get louder. Soon it wasn't just quiet weeping, it was a series of horrendous, slobbering sobs, wails of pure pain and despair. Someone in the room screamed, "Close your eyes and hit the deck!" Knowing exactly what had happened. They learned well enough from the infamous Incident 096-1-A containment breach that there was no way of stopping this thing until it run its course. The best they could do was minimize their own fatalities in the process. Everyone in the room did as they were told, hitting the ground, closing their eyes, and covering them with their hands just to be safe. That's when the solid steel of the cube was torn open like crepe paper, and the howling, raging SCP-096 broke free, galloping on all fours through the nearest wall, shattering it, and spraying debris everywhere. As mobile task forces were dispatched to track the rampaging abomination and try their best to clear the path ahead as it sought out its target, one thought was going through the minds of everyone in the room. Woe betide the poor fools who saw that monster's face. Back in the deep dark forests of the Pacific Northwest, the presence of some unnerving force was becoming far harder to deny for Ricky and Elliot. They heard the sounds of garbled voices out in the woods, the squeals and crackles of radio static. They saw shapes moving amongst the trees, tall and thin, like long, spindly limbs. While neither wanted to voice their fear, they were both thinking similar things. If there really was a monster out here, why hadn't it killed them? It had all the time in the world to do it. But that was just it, wasn't it? It had all the time in the world. so why rush? It had every advantage. It could take its time and do this exactly how it wanted to. Ricky and Elliot had made themselves the perfect prey, and as they saw a huge, lithe figure suddenly separate itself from the trees, they began to wonder if it was really worth it to risk both of their lives for YouTube clout. Either way, it was now probably too late for regrets. Ricky and Elliot's jaws fell in horror as the monster emerged from the darkness before them. They recognized the awful, mottled skin stretched over the monster's 40-foot frame. They saw the grasping hands, and up above, the nightmarish faceless head split into a pair of sirens pointing in different directions, each one filled with gnashing teeth and slithering tongues. It was even more terrifying than they could possibly have imagined. Siren Head speakers crackled into life and hissed out,
9, 18, 1, child, 17, remove, vile.
Ricky and Elliot stumbled backwards as Siren Head advanced, its speakers still bleeding hateful static. Neither could move or speak, only watch as its long, gnarled fingers reached from the dark to grasp them. There was a terrible pained wail in the woods after that, but it wasn't coming from Ricky, Elliot, or Siren Head. It was distant at first, but soon became louder and louder as the force's point of origin came barreling towards them. Even Siren Head couldn't help but turn to see SCP-096, a flash of terrible white fury, come charging towards them in the dark, knocking down all the trees in its path. Leaves and pine needles scattered, trunks exploded into splinters. Nothing would stop the Shy Guy from claiming its prey. Nothing would stop it from destroying Ricky. And now as it approached, Elliot made the fatal mistake of looking at its face, too. 096 lunged, ready to go in for the kill when Siren Head's hands closed around the Shy Guy's slender torso. In one fluid motion with surprising strength for its scrawny build, it hurled the Shy Guy into the distance, smashing another several trees in its path. The words,
My prey, mine.
hissed out of its speakers. But 096 was only down for mere moments. It sprung back up on its hind and forelegs and started galloping towards Ricky and Elliot again, who were still frozen in place. This time, just before the Shy Guy's terrible claws could close around the two hapless wannabe YouTubers, down came Siren Head's clenched fist, pounding 096's head into the dirt. Overhead, Mobile Task Force helicopters circled, wearing their scramble goggles and trying to get a visual on the situation unfolding below. They could hardly believe what they were seeing down there. Was some other unclassified anomaly managing to intercept 096 in its rage state? Only a handful of anomalies on record have ever been shown of being capable of such a feat. It seemed that they were dealing with something serious here. Down below, the battle continued. Siren Head had a unique advantage over most other combatants facing SCP-096. It was an extra-dimensional being with no eyes, merely an innate psychic awareness of its victims around it. Not unlike how SCP-096 detect people seeing its face in photographs or videos, without need for any kind of direct contact. As such, it was impossible for Siren Head to see the Shy Guy's face, and thus impossible for the Shy Guy to ever actually direct its aggression against it. Whether or not 096 would steal Siren Head's intended prey was another matter entirely. In the night's first minor miracle, Ricky and Elliot remembered that they'd been born with working legs and decided that right now would be an excellent time to use them. They turned and began to run while Siren Head continued beating the Shy Guy into the dirt, sprinting with all their might. However, the growing distance between them only aggravated the Shy Guy further. It sprang out from the dirt with unstoppable force and broke away from Siren Head's grip. The Shy Guy never wasted time, ever. It always made a beeline for its intended victim with one directive in mind: total annihilation. Tonight is no different. Ricky and Elliot screamed as they heard its pounding gallop on the ground behind them. Closer, closer, closer. Then suddenly, defying all spatial reasoning, Siren Head emerged out from the darkness between Ricky, Elliot, and 096. Being 40 feet tall, Siren Head dwarfed even the Shy Guy. It lunged and grabbed the wailing white monstrosity, holding it as one would a particularly vicious cat, and trying to keep it in place. Siren Head wanted to crush the monster's bones and carry on stalking its feeble human prey, who were currently in the process of getting away, but somehow that was impossible. It was almost like the monster had an indestructible skeleton.
Up above, the mobile task forces continued observing this clash of the Titans from their 2 helicopters. Seeing how Siren Head was somehow doing a serviceable job of subduing the Shy Guy, one of the task force members joked, maybe we should hire this guy. Another chimed in, I don't think we have any ballistic vests in his size. The laughter soon turned to screams when Siren Head hurled 096's flailing body up at one of the helicopters with incredible force, knocking it out of the sky. It careened down to the ground, a ball of fear and violence before exploding. Anyone who survived the initial blast was unlucky enough to have seen the Shy Guy's face. Their screams rang out briefly before being abruptly silenced by the monster. Helicopter Alpha had no survivors. Meanwhile, Ricky and Elliot had kept running until their lungs burned and their muscles pumped thumbtacks. Seeing that the chaos was so far behind them now, they took a moment to stop and breathe, recomposing themselves. In the second minor miracle of the night, it looked like the 2 of them had actually survived this ordeal. Those 2 horrific monsters had canceled each other out, but Ricky and Elliot were about to learn a harsh lesson. They really weren't that lucky. The last thing the 2 of them ever saw was Siren Head emerging from the darkness once more. The last thing they ever felt was the monster's terrible gnarled fingers curling around their bodies, too fast for them to escape. And the last thing they ever heard was each other's screams, followed by a sickeningly meaty crunch. Elsewhere in the forest, SCP-096's wails died down to its usual maudlin sob. The rage state had ended. All of its targets had been destroyed. It just hadn't been the one to do all of the destroying, per se. Not long after that, Helicopter Bravo descended safely, and the remaining MTF members closed around the blubbering beast. Someone blackbagged it, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that was at least one monster taken care of tonight. What about the other one? The MTF lieutenant asked. The team's commander shook his head and said, let's worry about that freak later and get 096 back to containment. This place gives me the creeps.
Agent Hogan hadn't seen what had grabbed the commander. The sounds of blood-curdling screams had made his eyes instinctively snap shut. Hogan kept both eyes tightly closed, nothing but darkness blotting out his vision even as the desperate, gravelly-voiced yells of the commander filled his ears. Then, suddenly, there was a scream, one that was abruptly cut off. With a heavy thud, something dropped to the ground, close enough to Agent Hogan's feet that he could feel the vibrations of it hitting the floor through his boots. It was the commander, completely still and silent. Even though he'd been trained to look danger in the eye, Agent Hogan still didn't open his eyes, not even for a split second. This was the first time that anything like this had ever happened, and in the panic and confusion, his natural survival instincts had overridden the SCP Foundation's various rules and protocols in his head. And right now, something was telling him not to look. That something was shifting and moving just beyond Agent Hogan's eyelids. He could hear a shuffling as something much taller than an average human lumbered around. It had been wailing before, shrieking in uncontrollable and inconsolable despair, but now its cries had lowered to a soft, sobbing whimper. When someone's eyes are closed, they aren't completely cut off from the world around them. Just being able to see doesn't entirely dull a person's awareness. Most people have a kind of sense, a spatial alert that tells them what's nearby even if they can't see it. And in this particular moment, Agent Hogan's was going haywire. The thing beyond his closed eyes was moving towards him, so close he could feel its warm, rancid breath on his skin. Just knowing it was so close, hearing it breathe and sob gently, sensing it standing so close to him, it made the agent's already pounding heart rate start to climb. He could feel beads of sweat crawling down the side of his face as the creature leaned in closer. It almost felt like it was trying to goad him into opening his eyes. "Go on, just take a peek," came a nagging, gnawing voice at the back of Hogan's mind. He couldn't help it. It was a natural human response to be curious. But as intriguing of a sight as it might have been, the creature was far more terrifying. Hogan had no idea what horror he'd be faced with if he even opened his eyes for a second. Little did he know, forcing himself not to look, whether out of fear or pure survival instinct, had saved the agent's life. He could sense the creature turn and start to slink off, getting further away again as it lumbered around a corner on its elongated legs.
Still, Agent Hogan waited a little longer before opening up his eyes again, just to be safe. It had all started around a month earlier, when the SCP Foundation had discovered a potential anomaly was being housed by a group known as the Department of Abnormalities. You see, back then, the SCP Foundation wasn't quite the sprawling, ginormous anomaly containment organization some might be familiar with. It was far from being in its infancy at this point in time either, but the Foundation was only just beginning to expand its collection of dangerous and unusual anomalies. They had received word of an anomaly that was being held in a facility in Stuttgart, Germany, where Department of Abnormalities personnel had gone to great lengths to secure it. However, despite all the measures they put in place, this creature was able to escape and didn't leave a single survivor in its wake after breaking free. And so, being unfamiliar with this kind of situation, the SCP Foundation had to decide what the best course of action would be. The Foundation dispatched a retrieval team, codenamed Zulu 9A, to the facility that the creature had broken free from. From the location in Stuttgart, Zulu 9A was able to track the anomaly's movements to an undisclosed mountainous region. It was believed that this area was either the creature's natural habitat, where it had initially been captured, or that the mountain at least closely resembled a place that the anomaly would recognize as home. Flying aboard a chopper, the Zulu 9A team assumed they could simply approach the creature and calmly coerce it long enough for them to capture and escort it back to base. It turned out they were very, very wrong. As their chopper landed nearby and the retrieval team closed in on the creature, the captain of Zulu 9A turned to talk to a Foundation doctor that had accompanied the unit. That one serendipitous action might have saved his life because it meant he wasn't looking at the anomaly. A sudden, intense shriek rang out as the creature started crying, turning towards the rest of the approached retrieval unit. In a panic, they pulled their triggers, weapons erupting into a hail of deafening gunfire. But it had no effect. The creature dashed towards them, shrugging off every oncoming attack completely unscathed. But the Zulu 9A team weren't so well defended. By the time the captain turned back around, the creature had already vanished, seemingly able to move much faster than first anticipated. Maybe once they'd taken a look at it, the retrieval team thought that the creature's long, disproportionate limbs would make its movements clumsy and cumbersome. Not that a single one of them was left standing to verify that. The captain was left alone and stunned. He hadn't seen what had happened to his team, only the aftermath. And it wasn't a pretty sight. Before long, backup arrived in the form of Zulu 9B's team. With the help of this secondary unit, the captain was able to eventually capture the creature and remand it into SCP Foundation containment. How? By placing a bag over its head. His theory was, if it couldn't see the retrieval team, it couldn't attack them. And while this strategy might have worked, he was only half right. Of course, the SCP Foundation's mandate has always been to contain and study the anomalies that it encounters, and this was all the more prevalent during these earlier days of the organization. So naturally, once the creature had seemingly been captured and secured, a group of overzealous and eager scientists were quick to step in so that they could closely examine the anomaly. And for a time, they were able to work with little obstruction. They could determine the basic details about the creature's physiology and have that information logged in its very own file on the SCP Foundation's internal database. But one scientist made a very fatal mistake during those early tests and studies. Perhaps because the Foundation had already captured the creature and secured it within the walls of its own facility, they believed it posed no further threat to personnel anymore, that it couldn't hurt to remove the bag and take a closer look. The very instant the bag was removed, chaos broke loose. It was as if someone had lit the fuse of a firework, only for it to explode before they could rush to a safe enough distance away. Not only were the scientists studying the creature horrified by the sight of its grotesque wide-jawed face, but they were all seconds away from meeting the same grim and grisly fate as the retrieval team sent to capture it. Now they had seen its face, and the monster was loose within the Foundation. At that particular point in time, the Foundation's early mistakes, this kind of thing was unprecedented. It had never happened before, not once. and nobody knew what to do. Most of the anomalies they had encountered so far were benign, either harmless oddities, passive and non-hostile creatures or artifacts with a few strange or unexplained properties, but with no real sentience to speak of. But this was a ferocious abomination, intent on causing harm to the Foundation's own staff. So someone needed to act, and do so fast. A handful of armed Foundation agents happened to be on site at the time. Security officers Hendricks, Hogan, and Stevens, as well as Sutton, the surviving captain from the Zulu 9A retrieval team. The second that the creature was seen and began retaliating against those that had seen its face, deafening alarms began to blare. That was all the warning they would get. There were no special containment procedures yet, no protocol or standard procedure for something like this. The Foundation didn't even have a term for the situation that was going on, although after today, they would. This was the SCP Foundation's first ever containment breach. Given that he'd been involved in retrieving the creature that was now on the loose, Captain Sutton took lead of the small group, coordinating them as their de facto commander. "Don't worry, we just need to get another bag over its head and get it back into containment," he instructed as calmly and confidently as he could, given the tense circumstances. "This thing is highly aggressive, but if you stay out of sight, it won't come after you. Corners and stay frosty. We'll split into twos and fan out. Should have more of a chance of catching him that way." Little did Sutton realize his misguided advice would cost him and others their lives. Hendricks and Stevens stumbled across the creature first, poking their heads around a corner. They spotted the tall, wry humanoid shape passing along the corridor that ran parallel to the one they stood in. The two agents saw the creature, but as far as they could tell, it hadn't seen them, but that didn't matter. Just as they both turned down the corner, ready to ambush the anomaly, the towering, spindly form of the creature suddenly appeared behind them, screeching as it attacked. Hearing the sound of the others falling prey to the monster, Captain Sutton and Agent Hogan rushed towards the source of their fellow agents' screams. The de facto commander of the group rushed a few paces ahead, confident that he knew how to get the upper hand against the creature. Trailing behind him, Agent Hogan had been swept up in the panic of the whole situation. He had no idea what the creature was, only that half of the retrieval team sent to capture it had all died. Their weapons were useless against it, which made the gun Hogan gripped in his trembling fingers feel unreassuringly ineffective. Sutton turned a corner down the corridor ahead, and that had been when he locked eyes with the creature. Seeing its face for the first time, he hadn't even caught a proper glimpse of it when he'd managed to capture it in the mountains. But now he had seen it, and it knew. From around the corner, unable to see Sutton or the monster, Agent Hogan let the panic get the better of him and closed his eyes, an action that had unknowingly saved his life. Once the monster had passed him by and Agent Hogan had dared to open his eyes again, his mind started racing. It had seen him, that much he was certain of. Even with his eyes closed, he had sensed just how close to him the creature had gotten to him. It had to have seen him, and yet he was still alive. Sutton had said that it would attack anyone that it saw, unless Sutton had got it all wrong. The creature wasn't attacking anyone it looked at. It was going after anyone who looked at it. It was learning that key difference that allowed Agent Hogan to gain the upper hand on the creature. However, he quickly realized that the number of people in the facility was rapidly dwindling. The longer the anomaly was able to roam free, the more Foundation personnel would see its face and fall victim to its rage. Agent Hogan realized what he would have to do: send out a message to the SCP Foundation higher-ups that this anomaly was only attacking anyone who looked at it. Then, he sealed himself in the chamber where the scientists had been examining the creature. They'd filmed the examination. All Hogan had to do was watch part of the footage where the bag was removed and look at the anomaly's face. The monster took care of the rest. Traveling at impossible speeds, SCP-096 appeared in the room behind Agent Hogan. Ever since, the SCP Foundation has poured innumerable resources into ensuring they have enough personnel who are specifically trained to deal with containment breaches. Some will even tell you that it was this first incident that led to the idea of mobile task forces, teams that the Foundation can deploy within moments to respond to anomalies breaking out of their containment. Of course, who really knows if that is true? Maybe half of it actually happened, and the rest was built off rumors and hearsay. If you sign up to join one of the SCP Foundation's mobile task forces nowadays, then perhaps your commanding officer will tell you this story during your basic training. It could be that they're trying to intimidate you, or just re-emphasize how important the role of the MTFs within the Foundation is. One thing is for sure though. Anyone assigned to guard SCP-096's chamber knows to close their eyes in the event of another containment breach.
Okay, just hear me out. What if we shot it into the sun?
Foster asked excitedly. You are aware just how far away the sun actually is, right? His fellow researcher Reese replied, sighing with exhaustion at their lengthy conversation. They had been discussing this for so long that the food on both their trays had gone unappetizingly cold.
Obviously, but okay, think about it. We'd be sending it into a perpetually burning nuclear furnace. There is no way it would be able to survive.
Researcher Foster rebutted, standing by his latest harebrained theory.
We'd send it up into a rocket fully automated so no personnel have to put themselves in harm's way and sacrifice their lives, then boom, it flies into the sun, problem solved.
So, it never occurred to you that 682 might figure out a way to escape on the 150 million kilometer journey? Reese poked at his mashed potatoes with a fork out of boredom. You're forgetting how intelligent the thing is. It might be an omnicidal killing machine, but it's as smart as either of us. Well, one of us, to say the least. Sitting opposite each other in the mess hall, Researcher Foster and Researcher Reese kept up their bickering, debating on what would be the best way to neutralize SCP-682, the infamous, hard-to-destroy reptile. It was a discussion nearly every member of Foundation personnel had been a part of at least once. How could they kill this unkillable beast? What other anomalies were they yet to try and use against it? Even after countless tests, most leading to numerous containment breaches and significant loss of life, the Foundation seemed to be no closer to putting a definitive end to SCP-682. But while Reese and Foster debated more and more outlandish possibilities, someone was sitting nearby, listening in on every word. At a table, all by himself in the mess hall, a man in typical Foundation security officer garb was quietly scrawling everything the pair of researchers were saying on a notepad. The photo identification and name tag he wore on his uniform identified him as one Elias Anderson, a long-serving member of the SCP Foundation, with an extensive service record logged in their personal database. Of course, that name and the whole identity were just a cover. The real Officer Elias Anderson was dead, his body being kept on ice, hidden in a morgue within a secure black site. It hadn't taken long for the man now wearing Anderson's uniform and using his name to update the officer's photo with one of his own face in the Foundation's database, keeping his subterfuge so far undetected. Gathering up his notepad, casually hiding it under his tray as he stood up and walking towards the mess hall exit, the unknown infiltrator made his way to the nearest elevator, riding it up to the highest level, making sure any other passengers had gotten out on other floors. The security officer flipped the emergency stop switch. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a jury-rigged handheld communication device, and began sending a message on a secure channel. Agent Parados checking in, he wrote. The SCP Foundation is still bickering amongst themselves about the best way to eliminate the target. SCP-682 remains contained but alive. Advise best course of action. The cursor on screen blinked for a few seconds, awaiting a response. Excellent work, Agent. The reply from GOC Command finally arrived, lines of text scrolling rapidly across the screen. As long as this anomaly is allowed to live, it poses an ever-present life to all threat on Earth. What is your assessment of the Foundation's approach to termination? Parados thought to himself for a moment before sending back, "They're overthinking it." Affirmative, the Coalition wrote. Have the O5 Council still denied termination of SCP-682 via nuclear weapons? The undercover agent quickly responded, confirming that this was indeed still the case. There was another pause, almost like the whole GOC was thinking carefully about what to do next. Global Occult Coalition executives have conferred in private to authorize a hammer-down operation to eliminate the anomaly known as SCP-682. Came the follow-up from Command. An F-22 Raptor fixed with a 60-megaton payload will be launched at 0600, bound for the following coordinates. A map reference quickly followed, the longitude and latitude of a large empty area of the Pacific Ocean. Agent Parados, your new objective is to lure the creature into the open by any means necessary. GOC out. Slipping the communicator back into his pocket, Parados unclicked the elevator's stop switch and pressed one of the numbered floor buttons. He already knew which one would take him back down to 682's containment cell. and what to do when he got there. The commotion was unlike anything Parados had ever seen before. Alarms were blaring so loud that the sound was ringing in his ears. Most of the research staff were fleeing for their lives, while heavily armed Mobile Task Force operatives in tactical gear were moving in formation to support the security personnel. Some had abandoned their posts out of sheer terror, desperately looking for anywhere they could hide in order to stay alive. Under the ear-splitting wail of alerts was a cacophony of chaos, a mix of hailing gunfire from the MTF's weapons, the crumble of walls as the facility around them was being torn apart, and the angered, vicious roars of the rampaging reptile. All hands were on deck. The Foundation, while always on high alert, had been caught completely unprepared for a containment breach. SCP-682 was making short work of any living personnel in its path, carving them up with its claws or devouring them while they were still alive, leaving a trail of blood and destruction in its wake. Any survivors on site were quickly instructed to retreat into the command center, and Parados casually slid in alongside a gaggle of panicked researchers. He recognized one of them from the mess hall, Researcher Foster, wide-eyed and disassociating in shock, the blood of his colleague Reese still wet on his face and lab coat. The outer doors of the command center were locked down, while all efforts inside were put towards coordinating the recontainment effort, tracking the escaped Anomalies' movements via a live satellite feed. Agent Parados had to think and act fast. The hard-to-destroy reptile was already making its way towards water, where GOC fighter jets would enrage it in order to make the anomaly follow them to the target area. But if the Foundation had a chance to recapture SCP-682, his entire mission would be declared a failure. Checking that nobody was watching, Parados snuck over to a computer terminal. Looking underneath, he located a panel and unscrewed it as quickly and inconspicuously as he could. Reaching for his communicator, he put the device into one of the ports underneath the terminal, and it instantly went to work installing proprietary software that would block any outbound Foundation communication.
Hey!
Foster stammered, spotting Parados sabotaging the terminal.
Hey, what is he doing?
Within moments, the researcher had gained the attention of the surviving security personnel, who rushed over and tackled the saboteur. The officers restrained Parados, one grabbing each of his arms as they held him in place. But it was too late. Communications suddenly went offline, cutting the command center off from the rest of the Foundation.
Who are you?
One of the security guards yelled over and over again, punching the infiltrator in the gut each time.
Who do you work for?
Fighting through the pain, Parados had kept his jaw clenched so tightly that he could feel his teeth grinding together like they were about to crack.
We still have access to all saved internal data.
One of the Foundation technicians, a man named Baxter, chimed in after examining the computer terminal.
According to this security footage, he's the one who sprung 682. Do we still have no comms?
Foster asked timidly, still trying to wipe Reese's blood off of his coat.
Negative,
the technician answered.
Whatever this device is, it's deactivated every way we have to transmit. We can still receive, though.
His voice trailed off, reducing to match the low silence that was now filling the command center. Everyone in the room, including the restrained Agent Parados, had gradually turned to face the massive screens, displaying the satellite footage of SCP-682. It was small, but visible, thanks to how zoomed in the orbital lens was. The hard-to-destroy reptile had reached the water and was making its way across the ocean. At the same time, the bird's-eye feed of the Pacific showed something else, a tiny winged object barreling through the air at almost supersonic speeds.
That's a fighter jet,
one of the security guards declared, breaking the tense silence.
Probably a Raptor by the looks of it.
It was, in fact, a fighter jet speeding towards SCP-682. The creature seemed unaware of the aircraft. It was merely traveling in the opposite direction, but the pair were on a direct course with each other, bound to meet at any moment now. Something ejected from the F-22 that exact moment it passed over the hard-to-destroy reptile, followed almost instantly by a bright flash of light. A huge explosion engulfed the area of the ocean where the creature had been, a ball of radioactive fire in the middle of the water. The Foundation personnel in the command center watched in horror at the nuclear detonation, holding their breath, dreading what they would see when the mushroom cloud dissipated.
He's with the Coalition,
the nearest security guard realized, referring to Parados. It was well known amongst the staff that the SCP Foundation maintained a somewhat fragile alliance with the global occult coalition. While they had historically worked together when their goals aligned, the GOC were more intent on destroying anomalies wholesale. wiping them from existence in order to protect the United Nations and peoples of the world. The Foundation, on the other hand, although never afraid to get their hands dirty, but more of an emphasis on containment and study of anomalies rather than outright extermination. "What the hell have you done, you maniac?" yelled one of the doctors trapped in the command center. "That monstrosity needed to be eliminated," Parados argued back. "While you were wasting your time keeping it submerged in acid, ready for it to break out again and start slaughtering people, we acted. And look for yourselves, it worked. You should be thanking the GOC and me, because it turns out 682 wasn't invincible after all." "No, it isn't," Foster spoke up. "Reese and I were talking about it earlier. He said 682's greatest strength isn't being invulnerable, it's being adaptable. It can change itself, mutate in response to damage or in order to survive a hostile environment, and you haven't killed it. You've allowed it to adapt to a nuclear weapon." On the screens, something burst from underneath the water. The overhead view from the satellite feed filled the display, an image of a dark, rocky surface. "Who zoomed in on the feed? Pull it back!" Baxter announced, trying to hide what they were all afraid of now. That the footage wasn't zoomed in at all, it was just looking at something much bigger now. As the camera zoomed out, increasing its field of view, what looked like a dark surface on screen now looked to be a huge mass of scales. The satellite feed pulled further back, revealing the full extent of what was now standing in the Pacific Ocean. It was SCP-682, not only still alive, but much, much bigger than before. The creature had adapted to the intense heat of the nuclear payload that had been dropped on it, soaking up the bomb's radiation and using it as a way to increase its body mass several million times over. It looks like we have, Baxter said, dumbfounded, eyes widen in horror. Kaiju on our hands." Parados stared up at the screen, looking at the monstrous reptile now so much bigger than before. Even from the satellite's current overhead angle, SCP-682 looked like it could now tower over most buildings, save for maybe occasionally tall skyscrapers. What's more, the creature was now thrashing and roaring in the ocean, entering an enraged state now infinitely more devastating thanks to its newfound size. And it was all Parados' fault. "Hey!" Foster yelled at the restrained GOC operative. "We need to get the word out, and the rest of the facility is still on lockdown. Whatever you did to disable communications, reverse it." "What good would that do?" Parados asked in a blind panic. "Look at the size of that abomination now. It'll wipe us all out." "Oh God, what have I done?" The agent was shocked into silence by a sudden slap. The timid researcher Foster had struck him sharply across the face. "Cry about it later, this is on you, but do you want to be part of the solution or keep being part of the problem?" Foster yelled, gripping Parados by the collar. I can't reverse it," he replied. "I blocked all outbound Foundation transmissions. My comm device is the only thing that wasn't affected." "Good enough," Foster said, holding a handout to Baxter, who passed him the confiscated GOC tech. "Then you're going to contact the Coalition for us." "What for?" "The Foundation has a joint project we've been working on with them and High Brazil for just this sort of occasion," the researcher stated, holding out the device to Agent Parados as the security finally released his arms. "If there was ever a time we needed it, it's now." "Wait, you mean..." Parados finally realized what Foster meant. "You're talking about the Dragon Slayer, aren't you?" The next hour flew by. Time seemed to be moving faster as the newly mutated SCP-682 swam through the waters of the Pacific. It was traveling in the northwest direction, the collection of Foundation personnel still locked in the command center having projected that it was heading for the nearest landmass, which meant it would reach Hawaii at any moment. Throughout the entire time, Foster, Parados, and Baxter were sending urgent communiques to the Global Occult Coalition, trying to get them to cooperate and engage in contact with the wider SCP Foundation beyond the facility they were currently stuck in. Not one of them knew which was harder, trying to kill an unkillable lizard that had absorbed a nuclear blast, or trying to force the GOC and Foundation to work together without arguing over whose fault this whole mess was. All the while, the towering monstrous reptilian form of SCP-682 was getting closer and closer to its destination. Drawing itself up to its full enlarged height, SCP-682 roared, large enough to block out sunlight and cast an ominous shadow over the Hawaiian coastline. Onlookers watched in terror as the hard-to-destroy reptile rose from the water, bearing down on their shores with the intent to slaughter every living thing on the island. Then, just as SCP-682 neared the landmass, the creature paused. It could hear something getting closer, getting louder as it approached from behind. No, above, and with it came the sound of someone reciting poetry. Before the creature could turn to face its attacker, the piercing metal of the cold iron sword plunged through its scaly back and out through its front. The hard-to-destroy reptile roared at the searing pain of the stab wound, whipping its tail as it thrashed in its fury. Something heavy and metallic deflected a swipe at the creature's tail. It was a huge, robotic arm of a gigantic, mechanized titan. It was SCP-5514, the Dragon Slayer. Controlled by its skilled pilots with a swift, fluid motion, SCP-5514 delivered a brutal backhanded strike to the reptile's snout, staggering the beast while also withdrawing its mighty cold iron sword at the same time. SCP-682 growled in discontent. Even its infamously adaptable healing abilities were halted by a wound from the Dragon Slayer's blade. Watched by the innocent civilians on the island and the Foundation through their satellite above, the kaiju-killing mech assumed a battle-ready stance as the hard-to-destroy reptile reeled back to roar. The moment it opened its sharp-toothed jaws, a fiery atomic blast came spewing forth from SCP-682. It had adapted not only to withstand the nuclear weapon the GOC had used on it, but also developed the ability to unleash a burst of radioactive fire. Within the Dragon Slayer, the pilots braced for impact as the blast struck the outer armor of the mech. Thankfully, through the conceptual engineering used when building it, SCP-5514 was welded to the Earth itself, as well as the very concept of humanity's resilience. That gave it just enough protection against the onslaught of SCP-682's newfound ability. Holding up one arm to defend itself, the Dragon Slayer reached upwards for its rounded, recoiling plasma, the disc it wore as a hat with its free hand. With a spin, it flung the razor-edged weapon at SCP-682 like a frisbee. It collided with the hard-to-destroy reptile, still unleashing its nuclear fire breath, and staggered the crocodilian creature for just a moment, causing its blast to stop. SCP-5514's pilots commanded the mech to charge forward, as the rounded, recoiling plasma disc spun back through the air and returned to the Dragon Slayer's hand thanks to its built-in electromagnets. Within the robotic vehicle, the 1,000-word arrows were still loudly reciting their poetry. The mech's strangest weapon was a group of 7 people who would rhyme and chant about the death and defeat of the large-scale monsters SCP-5514 was designed to fight. Their voices were being blared out of the Dragon Slayer at loud enough volume to enrage SCP-682 further. It roared again, and then started rushing towards its adversary, the pair of colossal combatants seemingly charging into a head-on collision. As it placed one mechanical foot before the other, huge splashes erupting as its feet impacted the surface of the ocean, the Dragon Slayer opened fire. The Beowulf Sigurd railgun mounted on its shoulder began launching electromagnetic energy bolts at SCP-682. The weapon used anomalously altered gravity to blast its targets. With each hit, the energy projectiles seared through the outer scales of the hard-to-destroy reptile, while making the towering creature dramatically heavier. Each projectile impacted at super-terminal velocities, making SCP-682's already enlarged body feel heavier and slower with every hit. Each step it took seemed to sink deeper under the ocean, waves lapping at the reptile's damaged scales, sea salt washing over its gaping wounds. By the time it was about to clash with the Dragon Slayer, the hard-to-destroy reptile felt such huge forces of additional weight acting on it that its whole body was being pushed further and further below sea level, feet sinking heavily into the seafloor below. Still standing upright, SCP-5514 raised its cold iron sword and brought it down in one fell swoop, cleaving the creature's head from its shoulders before wasting no time slicing up what was left of its nuclear-enlarged body. Before long, an area of the Pacific Ocean was red with SCP-682's blood. Victorious for now, the Dragon Slayer began gathering up the remains of the hard-to-destroy reptile before it had a chance to reform its body. From the command center, the Foundation personnel cheered and whooped excitedly. Even Agent Parados found himself overwhelmed with relief. Although he'd been sent with the intention of assisting them in killing the hard-to-destroy reptile, the mission that the GOC had sent him on had only made the creature more of a threat. For now, at least, it was defeated, although Parados' celebration of the fact was cut short when one of the Foundation doctors tapped him on the shoulder.
"Excuse me, GOC Agent Parados, isn't it?" the man asked. "My name's Dr. Bright, and this here's my associate, Dr. Clef. We'd like to have a word with you about the, incident you just caused."
A very strange anomaly sits in a humanoid containment cell in the minimum security wing of Site-17. He walks, talks, and looks like a man, but everything else is convoluted in a question mark. This is SCP-343, who, like his namesake, God, is likely to cause arguments whenever he's brought up. Is he the creator of all that exists, the basis for the Abrahamic faiths, or is he a pretender, a reality warper with immense power and predilection towards delusion, a courtesian of the house of Maladrog, Matthew, Methuselah, Yahweh? Who knows? Really, it depends on who you ask, and which stories you choose to believe. And few people enjoy a good story more than SCP-343 himself. If one day you take the time to visit him in his room and ask him to reveal a page in the long book of his personal history, he might be kind enough to tell you a story. A story like this, of an encounter with something monstrous that few others could hope to survive meeting face to face. Rewind a few thousand years. Nobody knows how many exactly. God, as he chooses to dub himself, walked across the cracked ground on worn sandals. It'd been some time since he'd seen an animal around here, and even longer since he'd seen a human being. Not that this bothered him. He'd never been bothered by his own company on a long walk like this. Of course, he could have sped up time or teleported, but where was the fun in that? He was a tourist in the world of sensation, of experience, of flesh, bone, dirt, blood, and sand. After all, where's the fun in creating a whole universe if you can't drop in now and then to visit and do as the Romans do? Not that the Romans would be around for another few thousand years. Even Atlas must occasionally shift the weight of the globe from his shoulders for a jaunt around the cosmic neighborhood, and whatever passes for fresh air in the vacuum. God whistled a tune to himself. It was a craggy, mountainous region he'd found himself in. The distant peaks had frosted caps, a breathtaking place where many truly had their breaths taken away. How humans will so happily risk their lives to do something extraordinary. It never ceased to amaze him. His stomach rumbled. Oh, how he enjoyed that sensation. One of the funny little quirks of this human form that he weaved for himself. It was no reason to be concerned, if memory served, from his last trip through the area a few decades before. There was a friendly village not far from here. They had always accepted him as a genial stranger, having no knowledge of his true power. God had always believed that a person's goodness is defined by how they treat those from whom they had nothing to gain. So it caused him great concern as he approached the village and saw great plumes of smoke rising into the sky. He was so shocked by this that he could decide to break his rule about walking as a man, in case there was still some way he could help. With a snap of his fingers, he disappeared and reappeared in the center of the village's town square. Total devastation. Huts and houses had been torn asunder. Broken weapons lay on the ground. Some places were on fire, others smeared with streaks of blood, like some terrible battle had occurred here. But something was wrong. No bodies, not one, from defender or assailant. How could a thriving village be so thoroughly destroyed and not leave a single corpse? It was an act so bizarre and depraved that it left even God puzzling. That was another downside of his human form. Here on Earth, he didn't have access to true omniscience. How could a mere human mind, bound by the constraints of linear time, ever truly comprehend the total of existence? Even attempting to do that here would melt the brain of his human body in its skull and leave it dribbling out of his nose and ears. Instead, he chose to walk around the ruins of the village and investigate firsthand. Arrows and broken spears and swords littered the ground. Some buildings were demolished, but there were no tracks or stray projectiles that could suggest the presence of siege weapons. No, these buildings looked like they were ripped apart. Some even still had claw marks. What terrible beast could have set upon this town and done this? Then he heard a voice, quiet and pleading, beneath some nearby rubble. A survivor. He rushed over to the pile and evaporated it with a thought. Underneath, a feeble old man, covered in stone dust, was quivering. God helped him up and guided him into one of the few remaining huts still standing in the village. They both took seats. God held up two hands, cradling empty space. 2 cups suddenly occupied that space, both filled with warm, healing tea.
He passed the old man one of the cups while sipping from his own. He asked the old man if he'd seen what had happened. The old man told him no, he hadn't seen anything in decades. He'd been rendered blind in his youth. Little did either of them know, that very blindness was the only reason he was the sole survivor of the massacre. The blind man told God that one of the village's scouts had gone up into the mountain with a small hunting party. The group was gone for days, until one of the members, the youngest among them, returned weeping, frostbitten, and covered in blood. He said that his friends had been killed by a beast in the mountains, something that almost looked like a man, but terribly wrong. And its face, its awful, awful face. He would never forget it. He was just lucky to escape with his life when the others were torn apart. But when the young man returned, he'd brought the shadow of death with him. It was a curse that doomed the entire village, men, women, and children, to a terrible fate. And that fate was upon them a mere hour after the survivor had returned. Of course, there were gaps in the blind man's understanding, given he was lacking one of his major senses, but the sounds he could describe with perfect clarity. It was faint and distant at first, that awful wail, and the galloping, hands and feet thundering against the ground faster than any horse could move, getting closer and closer. Another villager saw it approaching and screamed. Then it was upon them. The villagers screamed, but it screamed louder, always wailing and shrieking and sobbing like a monster crawling straight up from hell. People tried to fight it by the sounds of it. The blind man, with teary, blank eyes, recalled the sounds of arrows knocking and swords clashing against something. But even their greatest warriors had screamed and died. Those who saw it and tried to flee and hide were slaughtered all the same. Soon enough, there were only two sounds left in the village: the monster and the blind man, both weeping. He didn't understand why it never took him. It wasn't fair. It took everything else. To leave him here alive when everyone and everything he'd ever known was destroyed was a greater punishment than even death. After killing all of these innocents, the monster had simply wandered off to the mountains again, the sound of its quiet sobs getting smaller and smaller until it was gone altogether. God comforted the blind man as he wept for the loss of all his loved ones. He told the blind man that he would venture up to the mountains himself and confront the creature on its own territory, and at the very least, find out why it had done this terrible thing. But first, he must relocate the blind man to a safer place. He placed a hand on the blind man's shoulder and he vanished. He would appear in another friendly village, miles away. God sent a silent message into the minds of every villager.
Take good care of this man. He has undergone horrors you can't even imagine. Your kindness will be rewarded later. For that, you have my promise.
God sighed and turned his tired eyes to the distant mountains. A monster lurked up there, perhaps one of his own creations, or maybe a corruption of one of his creations. Either way, whatever existed without his knowledge existed without his consent, and he intended to know of the beast in the mountains. Though given what he'd seen already, he didn't expect to receive a warm welcome from this murderous demon. Miles away up in the mountains, the creature licked the blood from its cracked lips. It looked like it might have once been a human being or something that aspired to humanity or mocked it with its very existence. It was a huge, gangling beast, skin alabaster, eyes empty and soulless, dribbling rivulets of burning tears down a hideous, gaunt face. It crawled into the frozen mouth of a cave with great icicle fangs, wheezing and weeping. All it ever wanted was to be alone. Why did they have to keep interfering? Didn't they know what happened? All the terrible things they made it do. The creature curled its long, gangly body into the fetal position, scratching great ruts into the sides of its bald cranium with long, sharp fingers. Terrible things. Terrible, terrible things. And then there was a brilliant flash just a few feet away. The monster was surprised. It turned to see a figure silhouetted in the mouth of the cave. He wore sandals and thin robes. His eyes glowed with a kind of power that the monster didn't recognize. This stranger stared at the monster without an ounce of fear in his heart. He stared right into its eyes, unwavering. No, 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 no! It could feel it again, the rage bubbling up deep down. A cauldron of seething anger. It hated the feeling like being lowered into a vat of molten metal. Unspeakable fire and pain coursing through every vessel. It began to weep and scream while the stranger in the cave mouth just watched, not moving a muscle.
Do you know who I am?
The stranger asked with a deep voice that betrayed almost infinite power, knowledge, and wisdom. But it wouldn't change the outcome here. The monster bounded at him at speeds that wouldn't be seen again until jet planes and bullet trains are invented millennia into the future. Its jaws were hanging impossibly wide, fangs born, its arms extended, and deadly claws ready to strike. But before those terrible hands could close around the stranger, he vanished. The monster stumbled and rolled across the snow, confused. What trickery was being used here?
I'll take that as a no,
said the voice from behind him.
You ought to show your father some respect. More respect than you gave to those poor people down in the village, at least.
Seething, the creature turned and saw the stranger standing back in the darkness of the cave, staring at him. But the beast didn't have the capacity for awe or holy terror, only violence. Boundless, limitless, unstoppable violence. It darted towards the stranger again, trying to strike him. Somehow it was like fighting an empty robe. Not a single one of its deadly strikes seemed to hit the stranger. The stranger leaped backwards, putting some space between himself and the monster, but still not breaking a sweat. He breathed in deeply, then exhaled. The breath came out like a mighty typhoon, shocking even the monster with its sudden force. It was blown backwards, a leaf in the wind, until its long claws dug into the ground and anchored it in place. The stranger gave a wry smile at this, impressed.
My, you're certainly a tenacious one, aren't you?
He said.
Perhaps we can talk for a little while instead of fighting. I want to know why you killed all those people.
No answer. The beast roared, its mighty limbs pounding into the ground as it closed the gap between itself and the stranger in fractions of a second. It would kill him, rend him, destroy him just like all the others. He'd left it no choice. Suddenly, the ground below it seemed to give way. The creature was confused. It looked down to see that the ancient stone below had somehow taken on the properties of a liquid, and it was sinking. The beast panicked and it began to thrash. It was a strong swimmer, but it didn't expect to need to swim here. The shock was too much, and soon the ground submerged it entirely, muffling its terrible roars and shrieks. And just like that, the ground was solid again, trapping the beast inside. The stranger stepped forward and looked at the ground.
A much-needed timeout,
he said.
You do yourself no good struggling like this.
Despite its terrible capacity for evil, God couldn't help but admire the beast, at least on the level of construction. It was so pared down, so unburdened. A killer to the core, but seemingly unkillable. Had he made this creature? Billions of species, and the species those in turn had created through billions of years of breeding and evolution. And somewhere along the line, this thing happened. It was easy even for the universe's creator to lose track of some of the tinier variables. And in the grand scheme of things, even this monster was still a tiny variable. But right here, right now, it was still one hell of a problem. The ground rumbled below God. Cracks formed. The mountain peak shook. God raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed, as the monster ripped free of its stone prison and re-entered the fray. It roared and screamed still, its blank eyes fixed on him. Its skeletal body throbbed and heaved with power. Unlike any other creature in nature, it was almost like the longer their conflict went on, the more energized the beast became. God sighed. All those poor villagers. They never stood a chance against this monster. It lunged for him, even faster and stronger than before. He teleported out of the way in the nick of time, and the beast's claws cleaved through a nearby cave wall. Effortless. God materialized nearby, but he didn't have time to speak. The beast lunged again and again and again. Every time he reappeared, the beast went for him with impossible speed. Deciding to widen the playing field, God teleported to the top of the mountain. The creature, somehow sensing his presence, vaulted upwards and tunneled through the roof of the cave. bursting out of the ground in front of God, who was floating just slightly off the ground.
It would be wise of you to stop.
God carefully intoned.
All this time, I've been going easy on you. You don't want to find out what the wrath of God looks like.
Storm clouds were gathering above. Mighty thunder roared across the sky. The beast was undeterred. It roared and galloped towards God, and God in turn called down a response. A volley of lightning the likes of which the world has never seen before or since struck down on the charging monster. The sudden white flash could sting the eyes from miles away. The monster shrieked from the blast, feeling its flesh lift off its bones and atomize in the sheer heat of the electricity around it. It could smell itself cooking. The lightning blast only lasted for a few seconds, but for the beast, it felt like eternity. When the onslaught stopped, the air was still heavy with electrical potential. God stared down at the black scorch mark on the side of the mountain where the creature had been standing. All the snow within a mile had been evaporated by the blast. It was a raw display of the power of nature that would make even Zeus tremble in his sandals. And yet, there was still movement. Something started to get up from the burnt patch where nothing should be left alive. A blackened skeleton, rising shakily from the ash, but still very much alive. As it started to rise, new flesh began growing over its bones little by little. Even God was astonished by the sight of it. He'd never seen a creature cling so ardently to life in spite of having truly unsurmountable power amassed against it. It was up against God, and still, it fought. The monster tottered on its freakishly long limbs, still disoriented, unusually staggered for a creature driven by such single-minded violent purpose. When enough of its face grew back to do so, it began to weep and sob again, tears streaking down its terrible face. Looking at this creature after all of this, God couldn't help but feel a new emotion, pity. He lowered himself to the ground and approached the creature, like none had ever done before. He gathered it up into his arms and he held it, feeling its heaving, wretched sobs against him. The beast was in so much pain, he could feel it, radiating from within.
Speak, my son,
God said in a soft, fatherly voice. And for the first and only time, the monster spoke.
Can look, can see, make me hurt people. Don't want hurt people. Can look, please.
That was all it managed to choke out before devolving back into unintelligible babble. But it was enough. Enough for God to understand its pain. He did not know if it would be right to change the monster's nature. Is it ever right to truly change anyone's nature? But it was within his almost limitless power to grant it one reprieve from pain. He settled the beast in the snow below him. It was quiet and still. And God said unto the beast,
Rest now, child. Rest for thousands of years if you must. I hope only that when you eventually awaken, you feel differently.
And so another story from the catalog of SCP-343. Of course, it leaves us with certain questions, chief among them being, is it true? Did 343 and 096 have this chance encounter long ago? Or is this just another tall tale from an anomaly who fancies himself a deity? We have our truth, and you have yours. Let us know what you believe down below in the comments. This video is about two things. The first is SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy, a horrific monster who murders anyone and anything unfortunate enough to look at its face, directly or through photos or videos. The second is you, because we asked you for your favorite questions, theories, and hypothetical situations involving 096. We even asked if you thought someone would be safe from 096 on the moon, and you delivered. If you haven't watched our first video on the infamous Shy Guy, we recommend checking that out first, but feel free to stick around even if you haven't. First of all, let's take a look at the questions you had about the SCP Foundation's most dangerous introvert, and see if we can't find some answers. How close would you have to be to trigger it? Like if it was 5 kilometers away, would it still count?
The short answer is that 096's homicidal rage can be triggered from pretty much any distance. We'll get into some of the potentially crazy extents of this later on, but if you see the Shy Guy's face while you're sharing a dimension with him, you're in serious trouble. People who viewed the creature's face in different countries or even miles underwater have met gruesome ends. 5 kilometers would definitely not keep you safe. What were his origins and how strong is he compared to SCP-682? The origins of SCP-096 are still shrouded in mystery. All we know for sure is that he was discovered by the Foundation in a snowy mountainous region. As for physical durability, he's about even with 682 as both survived their encounter. We know 682 has the psychological advantage though, as 096 has been terrified of the lizard ever since they met in cross-testing. However, you could argue that 096 is technically more dangerous, since unlike 682, 096 has never been pacified before killing its intended target while on a rampage. If he goes into an unstoppable attack mode when someone sees his face, shouldn't you not show his face in the thumbnail? Thankfully, according to the official documents, artistic representations like paintings or digitally drawn YouTube thumbnails have no effect. Only actual photographs or videos of the creature can be deadly, so you're safe. Unless we decide to do a 096 face reveal to celebrate our next 100,000 subscribers, of course. This leads us to our next question. If it attacks you when you look at it, then how did the scientist draw the picture of the thing without looking at it? That's a good question, and also one that occurred to the Foundation's scientists who came up with an extremely elaborate solution. They put a D-class tattoo artist inside a diving bell miles underwater and had him unseal a photograph of the creature before drawing a copy. This copy was then released from the diving bell in a sealed container before 096 inevitably got to the poor D-class. Does the Shy Guy have to be viewed through a good quality image to enter a rage state? Unfortunately, no. Even the most poorly rendered or minuscule image of 096's face is a death sentence. One of the most infamous incidents resulted from a man seeing a small dot that was only a few pixels wide in a photo from an old ski trip. The dot was 096, taken from a mile away. No true image of 096 is safe, regardless of size. In some canons, despite 096 being referred to as indestructible, the Foundation managed to terminate it after many attempts and even more bureaucracy. How did they do it? While a lot of 096's body has been blown away by conventional arms fire, its hyper-tough skeleton is what has given it such an indestructible reputation. In one tale though, Foundation researchers actually used this to their advantage and employed the use of the neck-snapping killer sculpture SCP-173. After using 173 to damage 096's bones, powerful acid was injected into the skeleton, destroying it from within. Though of course this isn't the official ending of the 096 story, because the SCP Foundation doesn't have a single unifying canon. That's enough questions. Now it's time for you to school us. Let's look at some of your favorite theories about the Shy Guy, starting with: I sometimes like to imagine that 096 is nice, but he can't control when someone sees him, and after he kills the person he starts to cry because he didn't want to kill them. There is actually some evidence to suggest that SCP-096 might not want to kill. A great example of this is its cross-test with SCP-978, a camera which reveals the deepest desires of whoever or whatever is in its photos. The photo it took of 096 showed that it had completely disappeared from the photo, showing its deepest desire was to just be invisible and unseen. Maybe it wants to disappear because it doesn't want to hurt anybody. Regarding the moon question, I think SCP-096 would probably stay in that hostile state until you came back, at which point it would promptly rip you to shreds and do whatever it does to your mutilated corpse. Based on what we know about prior 096 incidents, this feels incredibly likely. It's also possible that it might enter its docile state before becoming aggressive again when you return to its murder range. You really don't want to find out either way. He can just jump to the moon easy. He does squats in containment all the time. While its scrawny physique doesn't make it seem like 096 understands the concept of exercise, there aren't any cameras in 096's cell, so technically we can't prove it isn't doing squats to pass the time in there. I really doubt a blind person would be safe from his effect, since 096 has the IQ of a newborn baby. I think he will count it as looking at him. This is an interesting theory. However, seeing as 096 is able to sense when people see its face from entire continents away, the way it knows if you can see its face might be a little more psychic in nature. Therefore, it's probable that it wouldn't mistakenly kill someone who hasn't actually seen its face, such as a person who is blind. To deal with him, in my opinion, simply freeze him, either in space or in the mountains. His body shuts down, and when looked at it will not react correctly. It is simply asleep. While we don't know how SCP-096 would react to a zero-G environment, for a creature that's always nude, it seems extremely tolerant to the cold. When it was first found, it was lurking in icy mountains, and a Foundation agent commented on the fact it wasn't even shivering, despite the incredibly low temperatures. But who knows if there's a temperature out there that's too low even for the shy guy? If someone looks at it in China and it's in the US, then you get on its back, you'll get a free piggyback ride to China. It's a free trip to China and all it costs is a human life. That's my theory. Technically, it'd be at the cost of 2 human lives, unless you wore a diving suit with plenty of oxygen. 096 has proven to be an extremely proficient swimmer, but you'd have to maintain your grip across the entire Pacific Ocean while it journeys to China. In other words, it's technically possible, but we here at SCP Explained would rather pay for the round-trip flight. To each their own, though. But that's enough theories for now. Let's move on to the main event. Hypotheticals. You pose some great possible scenarios involving SCP-096, so we're going to see if we can find the answers.
What would happen if someone looked at a picture of it while in or before entering another SCP's pocket dimension or mirror dimension?
There aren't any canon examples to prove either way, but if there's any kind of consistent entry point into this dimension, it's likely that 096 would find a way to follow you in. If not, it's very possible that it may just wait for you to eventually return before bringing the metaphorical hammer down on you. So technically, if you were pulled into the old man's pocket dimension and he closed the portal, you'd be safe from 096. But then you've got a whole other problem to deal with.
What happens if a person sees his face then gets their memory of the creature wiped?
Considering how good the Foundation seems to be at wiping people's memories and their access to amnestics, if this worked, they probably would have made it standard procedure by now, so it's unlikely.
What happens if a person looked at it and that person then went on a plane? Or just staying in the air or space, what would it do?
096 has shown the ability to jump up and destroy low-flying aircraft, but otherwise, it's likely that the creature would probably run to a point directly below you and remain there until you touch back down. Since you'll need food and water at some point and aircrafts need fuel, you'd probably just be prolonging the inevitable.
What if the young girl was around it, so it tried to attack her but died trying?
This is another interesting possibility. SCP-053 is a girl capable of causing homicidal urges, but causes fatal heart attacks in those who attack her. While we can't know for sure how a meeting between 096 and 053 would go, we can use her encounter with 682 as a potential template. Aggressive SCPs like the hard-to-kill reptile, perhaps having an innate knowledge of the danger that comes from attacking 053, tend to become strangely docile around her. It's possible that 096 would do the same.
Would we be able to control SCP-096 with the help of SCP-035?
The Possessive Mask, aka SCP-035, is undeniably a lot more intelligent than 096, and has even been shown to respond to reason on occasion. It's also been able to control almost every other entity it's been placed on. The problem is, if the mask was placed on 096, and it was somehow effective, the result may be even more dangerous than 096, an intelligent monster with an indestructible and highly dangerous body. There's no telling whether 035 would slowly break down 096 into sludge the way it does to humans, in which case we would be left with an immortal 096-035 combo. So maybe it's best that we never find out.
If someone were to be in the infinite IKEA and looked at a picture of its face, could it finally be contained? And if someone else looked at a picture of it outside of the infinite IKEA, could it escape and kill them? If so, how long would it take it?
This is a great question. And while the infinite IKEA is a terrifying maze, SCP-096 has an advantage here that we don't. Not only can it rip through anything in the way with its super strength,
It has an innate sense of where its victim is. Therefore, regardless of whether you're inside or out, SCP-096 will still come straight to you to exact your horrible fate. But at least you can enjoy the meatballs while you wait, right? And finally, what would happen if 096 were led into a room full of mirrors and allowed or made to look at its own face? Would it smash the mirrors or try to rip itself to pieces? This is still a hotly debated issue to this day, which, thanks to the no-canon nature of the SCP Foundation, does not have a definitive answer. Some theorize that this would at least be an effective deterrent against SCP-096, while others suggest that it wouldn't be effective, because many believe that 096 is actually blind, and thus cannot see its own face. It can only sense when other people see it. Again, we don't quite know for sure, but it's likely to remain one of the most contentious issues around the Shy Guy for a long time to come. And there you have it, folks. Our very first questions and theories video. We loved hearing what you had to say, so keep an eye on our community post for the next one. Are there other SCPs you'd like to see us cover in explained or theory videos? Let us know in the comments. And subscribe to SCP Explained and turn on notifications for new SCP videos every single week.
The day-to-day routine of Dr. Gears consisted of a few constants: piping hot cups of black, unsweetened coffee, plain dry wheat toast, the soothing sounds of his favorite white noise machine, and the endless carousel of experiments with SCP-914. Not that he was complaining. He was perfectly content to spend his time supervising one of the few anomalies he crossed paths with on a regular basis that was unlikely to kill or maim him in any way. Not that the Clockworks hadn't produced its fair share of unpredictable results over the years of extensive testing. It had definitely offered up more than a few surprises. And anyone who knew Dr. Gears knew that he was not especially fond of surprises. Dr. Bright had attempted to throw a surprise birthday party for the man once, but when he turned on the lights and fired the confetti cannon, all Dr. Gears did in response was give a deep sigh and say, "Really, Jack? You're making a spectacle of yourself." Still, he had resigned himself long ago to the fact that supervising the experiments with SCP-914 meant witnessing some truly unpredictable outcomes. How could he forget the time researcher Blas tested an incandescent light bulb on the setting Very Fine, and the machine spat out an anthropomorphic humanoid light bulb that spoke in German-accented English and claimed to be Thomas Edison himself? This was, of course, impossible, as historical records surely would have indicated if Thomas Edison was a walking, talking light bulb rather than a human man. The imposter was eventually incinerated after its presence became too irritating to ignore. And then there was the time researcher Thompson filled out a Dungeons & Dragons character sheet and placed it into the machine on the setting Very Fine. The output produced was a sheet of paper promoting the previously non-existent tabletop role-playing game Fear in the Foundation. Whenever a person read the paper, they would suddenly find themselves in an out-of-body experience where they were inside the game's world, which contained several characters related to the SCP Foundation, as well as items and locations based on real-world counterparts. A subject in this state would only snap back to reality after winning or dying in the game. Researcher Jacobson rolled a 1 on stealth and saw SCP-096's face in the game, and was later found dead in the anomalous items storage wing. There was no shortage of Foundation staff trying to use the machine for personal gain, too. Dr. Naismith placed his credit card inside on the setting Very Fine, using it to produce a card covered in unidentified corporate insignias and reading, "Rank Aleph Infinite Money Privileges." When Dr. Coltrane issued a written warning, Dr. Naismith took that warning and then placed it into the machine on the same setting, producing a piece of official documentation from the O5 Council in support of his infinite money privileges. Junior researcher Summers attempted to use SCP-914 in a misguided attempt at self-improvement, placing not an object, but herself in the intake booth before running the machine on the setting Very Fine. It cleared her skin, lengthened her hair, and improved her figure. This was, of course, in violation of several employee guidelines, and she was promptly dismissed after emerging from SCP-914. Dr. Veritas left a note in the experiment log following this incident, reading, "By the time we realized what she was actually doing, it was too late to stop her. Needless to say, she's since been terminated, and I hope I don't need to tell you all not to do that again." And with that, the guideline was clear. No one was permitted to use SCP-914 for personal gain, or to change anything about themselves. Potential complications were too risky, not to mention the conflicts of interest that would be introduced into what should be an impartial research process. As scientific objectivity's biggest fan, Dr. Gears couldn't agree more. So as he settled in for the day's round of tests, he intended to keep a watchful eye on things and ensure that no funny business would take place. He didn't have much reason for concern, as his colleague Dr. Bonita prepped her research materials. She was working with two items, a small replica of Michelangelo's sculpture of David, and a sealed envelope containing something that was to be handled with extreme caution, a photograph of SCP-096's face. She planned to place the items inside on the very fine setting, in an attempt to see what result might be produced from combining an ideal of traditional beauty standards with the image of a creature that felt such profound shame and distress as its own appearance that it would destroy anyone who looked at its face. Like any good scientist, Dr. Bonita wanted to remove any unnecessary variables from her experiment. So as she placed her items inside the intake booth, she slowly, delicately unsealed the envelope. She wanted to put the picture inside by itself, without the extra element of the envelope potentially complicating things. Unfortunately, like Marie Curie's slowly, unintentionally poisoning herself with her own research materials, she didn't truly understand the danger of what she held in her hands. Just as she was setting the photograph down, her eyes flickered to the image. Before she could stop herself, before she could even look away or squeeze her eyes shut, she caught a glimpse of the one thing she should never look at, SCP-096's face. She gasped and slammed the photograph down, but she knew it was too late. The sound of an inhuman shriek coming from across the facility signaled that she was right. It was coming for her, and nothing in the world could stop it. In a containment cell on the other side of the facility, Foundation staff were horrified as they heard the telltale scream of an enraged SCP-096. The pale, thin creature, once huddled in the corners silently, had stretched to its full height of 2.38 meters and was screaming, sobbing, wailing, and gibberish, and beginning to tear its way out of its chamber. Guards tried their best to subdue the entity, firing their weapons at it, but the bullets did nothing to damage the creature's pale flesh or stop its movements. It ripped through the steel cube that contained it and knocked the guards out of its way with one swipe of its unnaturally long arms, sending them careening into a nearby wall. Fortunately for them, SCP-096 only knocked them unconscious. It didn't stop to harm them further, as it had a more important goal in mind: find the person who had seen its face and destroy them. As the alarm blared, signifying a high threat level containment breach, SCP-096 loped down the hall toward Dr. Bonita in SCP-914's room. Dr. Gears had not spotted Dr. Bonita's grave mistake and had no idea what had triggered the alarm he was hearing. He stepped away from the observation window, turning his attention to the crisis that was clearly happening somewhere else in the facility. Meanwhile, Dr. Bonita was panicking. She saw her life flash before her eyes, the certainty of impending doom that was coming for her, and coming fast, all because of one brief error in judgment. What could she do? There was nowhere to hide, no way she could run away fast enough, unless if she managed to lure 096 into the intake booth and start the machine while the creature was inside, maybe it would transform into something less intent on tearing her limb from limb. It was a risky move, and one that could jeopardize her position at the Foundation, but she couldn't very well keep her job if she was dead, so it seemed like it just might be worth a shot. A primal roar of agony and fury interrupted her thoughts, and she knew that SCP-096 was moments away from breaking down the door and getting its hands on her. She would have to move fast. With a screeching grind of metal on metal, SCP-096 wrenched the door off its hinges and barreled into the room in its search for the person who had seen its face. It ran toward the silhouette of Dr. Bonita standing just at the entrance to the intake booth. She tucked and rolled out of the way just as the monster entered the booth. The door automatically slid shut behind it, and as SCP-096 rattled the door and tried to free itself, she turned the knob to very fine with every ounce of strength and speed she had. There was a ding of a small bell. and the machine whirred to life as the objects inside were refined. Dr. Bonita had no idea what would be waiting for her in the output booth, but she could only hope that her last-ditch effort had managed to save her life. In the fog of panic, she briefly felt an itch of scientific curiosity, too. What would become of a being like SCP-096 in a machine as strange and wonderful as SCP-914? What would the addition of the statue do to it? As the door to the outtake booth slid open, steam poured out. It appeared her questions would soon be answered. Cautiously, in spite of herself, Dr. Bonita called out, "Hello?" No one answered, but she heard the sound of footsteps, slow and careful, as a figure emerged from the mist. She covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide. "Dear God," she whispered in awe. Standing in front of her with pale, smooth skin and the same imposing stature was the most beautiful man she had ever seen. Wide, dark eyes shone under thick, sculpted eyebrows. Under the eyes, an aquiline nose, full, pouty lips, a strong, sharp jawline. His head was topped with a tangle of lustrous dark curls. It was the kind of hair she had only seen flowing in the wind on the covers of the romance novels she wanted desperately to buy, but was too embarrassed to be seen purchasing. His physique was, well, statuesque, like the build of the very Michelangelo sculpture she had placed into the machine just moments ago. There was no other way to say it. He was handsome, despite still being a little lanky and 9 feet tall. He peered at her curiously, towering over her in a way that had been terrifying in his former shape, but now made her heart skip a beat in an entirely different way. "Hi," was all she could think to say. Was she blushing? She shook her head, snapping herself out of it. She was a scientist, damn it, not some giddy schoolgirl passing notes in class. This was an incredible achievement, something she would need to study thoroughly, and she very much wanted to study him thoroughly. Nope, no time for that. She needed to write up a report, to inform her superiors, to try her best not to lose her job over this. She had to remain professional. "Hi," the man that had once been, or perhaps still was, SCP-096 spoke. "Oh, you can talk." Dr. Bonita laughed in surprise. The man's brow furrowed. His newfound ability to speak was a surprise to him too, it seemed. "Yes, I can. What happened to me?" he asked, stumbling over his words slightly, getting used to the feeling of them. "You ran into the machine." She gestured to SCP-914. "I'm not exactly sure, to be honest, but you're very different now." He nodded. "I feel different. I feel calm." He sighed, the relief plain on his face before a shadow of sadness fell over him. "I don't think I have to hurt anymore. I'm sorry for what I did before." Dr. Bonita did not know what to say. How do you respond when something you've been studying from afar, been horrified and fascinated by in equal measure, looks at you with a new, beautiful face and apologizes for all the harm it caused? This whole experience was so surreal that she might think she was dreaming if she didn't work at a place that was one long waking dream, or nightmare, depending on the day. "Dr. Bonita, there's been a containment breach. Are you all right?" Dr. Gears had returned to the room, taking in the sight of the destruction left in 096's wake. "I'm fine," she called to him, and he followed her voice into the room, then stopped at the sight of the transformed anomaly. I don't have time for whatever this is. I trust you'll handle it." Dr. Gears took a long sip of his coffee, and taking Bonita's shocked silence as confirmation, had a leisurely stroll back to his office. A few moments later, the guards responsible for containing SCP-096 arrived on the scene, expecting to see carnage and find a docile SCP-096 crouched over a lifeless body. But instead, they found the same truly bizarre sight that Dr. Gears had shrugged off, and Dr. Bonita was still doing her best to process. They entered the room with their weapons drawn, but quickly lowered them, scratching their heads in confusion instead, before radioing their superiors and asking for further instructions. Responses from various Foundation staff who caught a glimpse of SCP-096's bold new look included, "Oh, would you look at that? Who's that guy? He's what?" And in the words of Dr. Jack Bright, "Oh no, he's hot!" Dr. Bright also proposed making the new SCP-096 a TikTok account and YouTube channel, seeking modeling representation for him, or selling a novelty calendar filled with pictures of 096 in various costumes. These would be, in his words, quote, "excellent ways to increase revenue for the Foundation." So, really, you're the weird ones now for thinking my ideas are weird. Dr. Bright was asked to leave SCP-096 alone and stop trying to take his headshot. In the days that followed the incident with SCP-914, the SCP Foundation was at a loss about what to do with this new, seemingly harmless version of SCP-096. Dozens of D-Class were brought in to look at his face and see if the entity would still enter one of his rage states after a few days of getting used to his new form, but he never did. No screaming, no swallowing people whole, nothing more than a polite, if somewhat shy greeting and a courteous, "How are you doing today?" The D-Classes were relieved, but confused about being pulled from their cells just to stare at some random handsome man. Dr. Clef suggested dissecting SCP-096 to see what his new body looked like on the inside. This request was denied. Several interviews were conducted to evaluate SCP-096's mental and emotional state. Now that the anomaly was capable of coherent speech, it was much simpler to evaluate the potential threat level he might pose. Every researcher who spoke with him came to the same conclusion. Gone was the danger of the old SCP-096. He had not just become beautiful in a classical, superficial sense, but he had become beautiful on the inside as well. Interviewers reported a warm, friendly demeanor, a talent for engaging in conversation once he was made to feel comfortable, and a sincere interest in the thoughts, opinions, and feelings of those he spoke with. There was only one thing left to do: to make sure that SCP-096 had really changed from something deadly to something almost resembling an ordinary person. A photograph of SCP-096's face, of its original face, was removed from a secure vault by a D-Class. Then, the D-Class was sent into a room with SCP-096 and instructed to place the photograph on the table. SCP-096 looked down at what had once been his face, and his eyes filled with tears. A soft, broken sob left his lips, and he wrapped his arms around himself, hunching over as if in physical pain. Outside the room, guards prepared to handle things if 096 began to attack. Instead, he wiped his tears, took a deep, shuddering breath, and looked at the D-Class with a somber expression. He picked up the photograph on the table and tore it in half, as he finally summoned the strength to speak.
Please, get rid of these. That is not who I am anymore.
At Dr. Bonita's strong insistence, backed up by the conclusions of the research staff who interviewed SCP-096, a reevaluation of the entity's containment measure was ordered. It seemed cruel and unnecessary waste of resources to keep 096 trapped in a steel cube in its current form. He would be moved to a standard humanoid containment cell and treated as well as other safe-class anomalies, provided with books, films, food, and drink upon request, and, of course, other comforts. Of course, the O5 Council insisted on evaluating the entity before any of these changes could be approved. Dressed in a specially tailored suit provided by Dr. Bonita, SCP-096 appeared before the Council to present his case.
I know that I might not have the best record at the Foundation. I've done a lot of damage over the years, though, let's be honest, you all aren't exactly innocent either. Sorry, that was an attempt at a joke. I'm still very new to talking. All I can say is please consider giving me another chance to make a real life here, to make this place my home. Thank you for your time. What SCP-096 didn't know is that the O5 Council was so flabbergasted by the sight of his new face that they didn't retain a single word he said. They had all given their official approval before he even finished his short presentation. Before long, SCP-096 was moved out of his steel cube and into a new containment chamber that resembled a mid-range studio apartment, complete with a bed, a kitchenette, a television, and a table and chairs. He was provided access to all major streaming platforms, as well as a large stack of books to help him develop his grasp of culture and language after so very long being isolated from human society. Though he wasn't exactly human, he was determined to act like it. Word quickly spread around the Foundation site, and humans and anomalies alike flocked to SCP-096's new home to visit him and see the miraculous transformation for themselves. SCP-999 was the first to come and see the new and improved 096, chirping excitedly as it oozed into his room. He pet the slime gently, his face breaking into a warm smile as its euphoric effect washed over him. The slime became so excited at meeting this new friend, someone it had known as a source of sadness and hurt for so long, that it tackled him to the ground and tickled him for several minutes. 096 laughing uproariously all the while. SCP-343 stopped by to give 096 his blessing
and wish him well in this new chapter of life. A few days later, SCP-507 popped back into the site and wanted to see the changes for himself. He was thoroughly impressed, though privately confessed to missing 096's more monstrous form, which reminded him of some of his favorite cryptids. There was one anomaly that was not thrilled with the appearance of SCP-096, however. SCP-056 was furious upon hearing about the new beautiful man that everyone just couldn't shut up about. It demanded a chance to speak to SCP-096 and to tell him that
This place isn't big enough for the both of us. I'm the fairest one of all, you sniveling little worm.
but the request was denied. SCP-056 sulked about it for several weeks. Meanwhile, Dr. Bonita was still intent on getting to know SCP-096 better. During previous testing with SCP-978, the Desire camera, a photo taken of SCP-096 revealed that his greatest desire was to disappear. Curious about the results would be now, Dr. Bonita received permission to take another picture of SCP-096. She snapped the photo while 096 was sitting in a chair in his new containment chamber, looking directly at the camera. When the photo developed, the result was simple. Everything in the picture was exactly the same with one exception. Dr. Bonita was pictured sitting next to 096, her hand clasped in his. Both were smiling soft, contented smiles. When she showed him the photograph, he smiled at her and shook his head. "It really is an amazing camera." She flushed. "Doctor, before you go, could I ask your name?" Dr. Bonita smiled and nodded. "It's Isabel. What should I call you?" SCP-096 paused thoughtfully for a moment. He was giving himself a name for the very first time, allowing himself an identity other than a strange, hollow, pale thing that existed to cry and suffer and hurt. Finally, he answered her, "Call me David." The storms were unlike anything anyone had ever seen. But the worst part wasn't just the deadly gales. Wind howling powerful enough to knock down buildings like rows of dominoes and lift the remaining debris of cities up into the air as if all that destruction weighed nothing. And it wasn't just the lightning, those arcs of crimson forking down from above. If one struck the ground near you, and one almost always did, the sheer force of it would knock you off your feet. The last thing you'd feel as you flailed helplessly in the air was the relentless pain of your body being disintegrated by the energy of the blood-red lightning, until there was nothing left of you for anyone to find. Yet somehow that wasn't the worst part either, and it wasn't even the noise of it all either. That deafening cacophony of booming thunder and wild hurricane-force winds so loud, nobody could ignore it, all underscored by the screams of a world lost in suffering and madness. No, the worst part of it all was the sky. Whether anyone looked up, where there had once been that clear, calming blue, was now a swirling mass of nightmares. Many were surprised just how much they missed turning to that sky, that odd, universal comfort it brought. The knowledge that no matter how bleak things got, the sun would set on every bad day and rise again to mark the start of another, filled with potential. That promise of a future, no matter how uncertain, was replaced with a reminder of one thing, that this new, darker day had no end. There was no sunrise or sunset, no night or day. All that uncertainty and potential was replaced with certain doom, represented by a sky that looked like a river of blood. Deep reds and blacks swirled and thrashed above like the raging waves of the ocean, casting bolts of lightning down at the earth. Not to mention what else would occasionally drop from that blood-stained sky. Nobody had much information about how this all had started, how the world had become such an unrecognizable hellscape. Cynics would say that the world was already hell long before the sky turned red, although there wasn't much time for sarcastic jokes like that nowadays. As far as the few human beings that had survived could remember, the day everything changed had been little more than an ordinary day on planet Earth. One moment, things were normal. People were working tirelessly at their boring 9-to-5 jobs. Somewhere in the world, others had long since fallen asleep in a different time zone. Then all of a sudden, it appeared. Few survivors had actually seen it for themselves, and even fewer had lived to tell the tale. But rumors and whispers spread from camp to camp, dispossessed people huddling together in the ruins of houses or in abandoned subway tunnels that would hear the stories. And somehow, deep down in the fearful recesses of their hearts, they all knew, despite never having seen it, that it was real. The masked god. When it stepped upon the earth, it walked like any other person would. Its body even appeared to be human, an aged, older man's body, wrinkled and elderly, although not completely decrepit. Yet, it was his face, or what covered it, that really instilled that sense of fear and dread in anyone that heard the rumors. That being wore a mask, a porcelain comedy mask, the kind commonly associated with ancient Greek theater. It had a fixed, unnerving expression, a wide smile of twisted glee. It was almost as if it was getting some sick enjoyment out of all the chaos and destruction that had befallen the world, like it was pleased with its own handiwork. A thick black substance oozed from the mask too, adding to its unsettling appearance as streaks of what looked like tar trickled down the chalky white surface. It leaked out from underneath as well, dripping over the bony shoulders of the old man that wore it. Not one survivor that heard the stories of this monster understood what it was or where it had come from, but as if by some deific influence, they all knew it was responsible for creating the hell they now lived in. That knowledge kept them hidden, kept them afraid, and kept them from fighting back. As had always been the case even before this apocalypse had been unleashed on the world, the only people who knew the truth were the ones who had been working for the SCP Foundation. They had more than their fair share of answers about what had happened and who or what this mask-wearing menace was, but naturally kept that information secret from the wider world. Not that there was much point in keeping secrets anymore. After all, there was hardly much of a world left for the Foundation to hide things from, and even fewer former personnel who had lasted this long. Even then, there was only a handful at the SCP Foundation who knew everything that had led to the current catastrophe. Most of the researchers and guards that had been going about their ordinary duties, running tests on contained anomalies or patrolling the site where a certain possessive mask was housed. The next thing everyone there knew was the blaring noise of alarms. Mobile task force troopers racing down the hallways. Their commander might have yelled something about a break-in, someone having gained access to the supposedly secure Foundation facility and stealing one of their anomalous objects. But not everybody, even those working in the same building, would have overheard that. They definitely didn't miss what happened next, though. As further alarms sounded, alerting the staff on site of a containment breach, the facility itself was torn apart in a flurry of chaos. Personnel, researchers, security, MTF soldiers were being incinerated, burned, until there was literally no trace of them left. Something stepped through the very brickwork of the building itself, smashing a hole through every room it passed until it burst out of the side. Then all of a sudden, the alarms weren't the loudest sound. Something else started deafening the Foundation staff who were still standing. The world outside had become even more chaotic. The sky had turned red, and all around, people were being killed, structures decimated, cities blown away in moments. Naturally, this wasn't the first time the Foundation had stared right into the face of an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Given the widespread presence and surveillance they had around the planet, it didn't take them long to learn of the horrors that were unfolding. The key word there was that they had a widespread presence, as in past tense. They thought they had enough resources to retaliate too. Word quickly spread throughout the various arms of the SCP Foundation, informing the wider organization of the situation and urging them to work as one to enact a plan to stop what was happening. All they knew for certain was that SCP-035 had been removed from containment. Also known as the Possessive Mask, the object was known to have its own sentience and an innate ability to telepathically influence unwitting victims into wearing it. However, the mask also secreted a corrosive black substance, which normally dissolved the body of anyone who put it on. By itself, SCP-035 was nowhere near powerful enough to unleash a global catastrophe, though. Unfortunately, it had managed to influence someone who was that powerful into putting it on. Another anomaly. While to the untrained eye, SCP-343 could easily be mistaken for an elderly human man, those at the Foundation knew that the fact he was now wearing the possessive mask was some of the worst news they could have ever received. Although none of the researchers working for the SCP Foundation, in fact, not even the O5 Council, knew if this was true, the colloquial nickname for SCP-343 was God. He not only claimed to be the sole creator of the entire universe, but had also exhibited extensive reality warping abilities, advanced even for an anomalous being. His powers seemingly had no known limit in how they could be used to alter the world around him, although the old man himself seemed to be a passive, kindly soul, rarely causing active harm to other beings under normal circumstances. Of course, normal circumstances didn't include having the corruptive SCP-035 on his face, effectively putting the mask in the driver's seat and allowing it to use SCP-343's powers to lay waste to anything before it. The Foundation quickly diverted their considerable assets to a brute force retaliation in the hopes that a full-scale assault on the combined creature would somehow force a separation of the possessive mask from SCP-343's face. The tricky thing about this situation was, God's powers and the fact that he was an immortal, ageless being of potentially incomprehensible form all meant he couldn't be harmed. Causing external damage to him was extremely difficult. That was good news in some regard after all. The Foundation didn't want to kill 343 if they could help it. They knew he wasn't acting on his own accord, but his indestructibility also meant that the corrosive goo that was secreted from SCP-035 had little to no effect on its new impervious host. That meant it could keep going, keep unleashing hell, and stopping it was going to take a lot of manpower. Fortunately, the SCP Foundation never had any shortage of people to throw at a problem, and their ethos didn't really place much value on human life. They mobilized every mobile task force at their disposal, every one of them filled with ranks of highly trained elite operatives. Among the Foundation's forces were even MTF agents who had themselves been altered through anomalous means, their bodies augmented with technology and cybernetics, or their strength specially enhanced. Deploying the full might of their amassed forces, the SCP Foundation took the fight to SCP-035, with the goal of stopping its reign of terror and freeing SCP-343 if possible. The hybridized mask-wearing reality warper had already caused considerable damage since it had started its rampage. Although its motivations were far from political, the wearer of the Anguish mask had begun with a devastating show of power, wiping numerous cities off the map. While the rest of the world scrambled to find some way of responding, the masked god teleported itself across the globe, destroying central governments and further crippling their own opportunities to initiate an armed response. In short, this meant the Foundation's move was to be humanity's last stand, their final chance to stop SCP-035 from its current course of harnessing the wise old man's power to turn the world into its own personal, nightmarish playground. To say there was a lot riding on the MTF assault would be an understatement, as would saying it went badly. When met with times of defeat, the old, rather morbid adage of fallen soldiers being sent home in bags is often applied. But if the masked hybrid had sent the Foundation its MTF troops back to them encased in body bags, then that would have been far kinder than what it actually did. The collected mobile task forces, the Foundation's own private army, were mobilized to Washington. Under the influence of the possessive mask, SCP-343 had wiped out not only the main seat of power in the United States, but the Pentagon as well, disabling the country's defenses. Suddenly, a mass of aerial transports and ground vehicles came hurtling towards the crater it had left behind. As it turned to look, the wide grin of satisfaction on SCP-035 became a long frown. Thanks to its new host's omniscience, it instantly recognized the foot soldiers of the organization that had kept it caged for so long. As the amassed MTFs marched towards it, the masked god stepped out to meet the oncoming army, one being against thousands of troops, if not tens of thousands. If the mask had affixed itself to the face of any other anomaly, those soldiers might have stood a slim chance. The combined creature casually raised the bony arms of its host's body, the Foundation forces breaking into a charge the very second they saw it move. Like a tidal wave, they rushed towards their target, only for each individual operative to quickly realize that they had stopped moving. They were still running, legs still in motion, but their feet had been lifted off the ground. Plucked from the very earth they each had stood on, the MTFs were stuck in mid-air, defying the forces of gravity and unable to free themselves. Collectively, the Foundation's army looked to SCP-035, its tragic porcelain frown having switched back to the wide grin, punctuating the sick satisfaction it was about to take from what came next. It gave a click of God's lean fingers, and each of the MTF troops it had suspended in midair were shredded at the molecular level. Their bodies erupted with a spray of deep red viscera, each and every one of them being pulled to pieces from the inside out. Flesh, bone, and blood melting away, breaking down, becoming ash, and then atoms, and then nothing. It took around a minute. Not that it was terribly exerting for SCP-343's powers, but just because of how many troops the Foundation had sent to try and stop it. A mighty show of force, and all for nothing. With their mobile task forces decimated like a row of helpless tin soldiers, the SCP Foundation had lost its primary method of fighting back. But they were far from safe from the masked god's reach. Thanks to its hosts, SCP-035 wasn't all-knowing, but all-seeing, and able to be anywhere and everywhere in the blink of an eye. It began hunting the surviving pockets of the Foundation personnel. Out of nowhere, it would teleport into wherever they were hiding and turn their bodies inside out, or rearranging the functions of every orifice on their faces, only to vanish like a ghost, leaving no trace and no survivors. The braver ones tried desperately to come up with some new plan, a revised way to stop a creature that could be anywhere and do anything. On the other hand, the Foundation leadership, the more highly ranked members like the Overwatch Council, went to the ground. Plenty of them had contingency plans in place for Armageddon, and they were prepared to wait out the apocalypse in their own secluded safe haven. But with the Foundation all but gone, that's when the monsters got loose. No longer having anyone to guard them, to maintain their specific specialized containment procedures, the SCPs still held at Foundation sites were unleashed on the world. Untold horrors came spilling out of the ruined facilities, each one now acting as its own Pandora's box, bursting its lock and having its terrible contents lay waste to the planet already awash with chaos. A lot of the anomalies thrived in the world that SCP-035 had created, once they were finished fighting amongst themselves in the struggle of escaping their containment. Soon there were packs of SCP-745 running wild on the ruined highways, using their bioluminescent lights to hunt human survivors who were attempting to make the dangerous trek across open country. Meanwhile, a plague began spreading amongst other camps of these post-apocalyptic humans, a strange disease that seemed to cause people to rapidly grow extra teeth, overproducing them until SCP-4910, the Grinner, could catch up to them. Then there were the SCPs that fled the nightmare that the masked god had made of the world. Any that could travel between dimensions or remove themselves from this layer of reality quickly absconded to avoid the chaos. Some just went about their business, as if nothing had really changed. The Plague Doctor mostly kept to himself, traveling from place to place on foot, only stopping when he encountered people afflicted with the pestilence, before moving on in search of others. Some of the anomalies tried to help people. Rumors spread among some survivor camps of a half-man, half-cactus, leaving them food and supplies in the night, with a note that read, "From your friendly neighborhood cactus man." There weren't many who dared to oppose the creator of this dark new world, but some anomalies sought to challenge the rule of this combined creature. Perhaps they thought SCP-035 and SCP-343 couldn't possibly be all-powerful as the story said, that it would be easy to kill the king and assume control over his kingdom of chaos. There were plenty of other anomalies that had floated the idea, not just the other reality warpers, but those that had figured out that if they separated the mask from its host, then this world would become their hellish paradise to rule over, so long as SCP-343 didn't instantly undo all the damage. But there was one that didn't want control. It didn't even necessarily mind the whole world had been turned into a walking nightmare. It just wanted to stand against the hybrid of malicious mask and all-powerful deity out of spite, based on nothing but pure hatred for any and all other forms of life other than itself. And it was that confrontation that would serve as a warning to the rest of the SCPs now freely roaming the world. SCP-682 slithered out into the open, claws coated with a fresh coating of blood from its latest slaughter, wetting the countless layers beneath that had already dried. The hard-to-destroy reptile had tracked the scent of the possessive mask's oozing black secretions, bringing the beast maw to porcelain face, with the combined being responsible for distorting the very fabric of the world. Already knowing the foul lizard was near thanks to its host's foresight, SCP-035's visage had already been locked in that unhappy grimace, dreading the approach of the day it would have to face the tenacious, irritating, regenerative reptile. It turned its host's body to face the huge beast, The trails of black streaked down its frowning face, looking like angry tears staining its carved off-white skin. The two exchanged no words. SCP-682 had no doubt this pairing of corruptive mask and passive god already knew why it had come looking for it. And it was right. The possessive mask had long been looking into the mind of SCP-343 to prepare. It knew it wasn't one of the old man's children. In fact, God had completely denied ever being responsible for the creation of the unkillable monster. There was almost no strategy, even with the infinite power of its host's reality-warping abilities, that SCP-035 could definitively kill SCP-682. Building up to a charge, the reptile swiped at the masked god, its talons narrowly nicking the porcelain surface of the mask the very second it teleported out of the way. Reappearing behind the monster, SCP-035 compelled its host body to lift its elderly arm and decimate the beast the same way it had to the Foundation's forces. With a fearsome hiss, the reptile's body was pulled apart. It growled with anger, annoyed and enraged more than deterred. Its strong, scaly limbs quickly regenerated, bone and muscle regrowing to replace what the masked god had torn away. SCP-682 gave a swipe of its tail, knocking the masked god a few feet away, reeling him. The anomalous hybrid teleported yet again, this time to inside the monstrous reptile. Shrinking down to almost infinitely small, the mask and god wrenched apart SCP-682's atoms, ripping up strand after strand of its very DNA, physically trying to unmake it on a cellular level. On the outside, the creature's body disintegrated as it roared, feeling its very genetic material breaking down, only for it to rapidly reform just as SCP-343, wearing SCP-035, reappeared in front of it. There was no way for the masked god to kill the monster, despite how much it tried. Sending it hurtling into the fire of the sun, punching it into other dimensions, moving it down the recursive stack of reality to make its existence little more than fiction. Eventually, the possessive mask had to reconsider the problem at hand. Even with infinite power, the unkillable still remained unkillable. Rather than ask whether that meant its own power was truly unlimited, it instead resolved to the only option it had left. With a snap of its host's fingers, the combined creature sent the hard-to-kill reptile away, far away. Universes upon multiverses of distances were put between the masked god and SCP-682, turning back towards the destruction it had wrought on this world. SCP-035 knew that the regenerating reptile would be back. But for now, it had more chaos to unfurl.
It does not leave bodies, just blood smeared across the roads, hundreds dead, thousands left wondering what happened to their missing family members, as Foundation agents sneak into their homes and restructure their memories. One containment breach, one unfortunate photo of an impossible monster's face. All that's left is to clean up, bag the creature's head, and take it back to containment, hoping it would never be seen again. Far below, in a kingdom of fire, something even more diabolical takes an interest. Such power, such ferocity, such indiscriminate destruction. He hasn't seen anything like it in a long, long time, and he wants to get acquainted. Imagine being a creature so violent that you catch the devil's attention. Ugh, are those cobwebs? Gross, this place is filthy. I guess no one's been down here in a while? Hey, what's under this tarp? The Anomatron 6000. Looks like this thing hasn't seen a whole lot of use lately. What's the worst that could happen if I dusted it off? Chaos exploded beyond the doors of the ATV as they burst open, steel-capped boots thumping against the asphalt and crunching shards of broken glass underfoot. The blindingly bright neon of the strip was dwarfing the flicker of flames, barely making much more light than the usual twinkling machines that offered hollow promises of winning big. Agent North felt his fingers flex around the grip of his rifle as he caught sight of the carnage unfolding through the shattered glass front of the Vegas hotel. Jazz, better activate your disruptor. One of his squad mates nudged him back to awareness. Whatever's going on in there, it's turning these folks into animals. The squad flipped on the anti-memetic devices that the tech boys had attached to their tactical helmets, keeping themselves safe from whatever had infected the civilians inside. Or so they believed. They formed up, approaching the building in a defensive pattern, and cautiously made their way inside.
The report had called it a riot, but that seemed like an understatement. The place had been ransacked so badly it was barely recognizable as either the hotel or casino it advertised itself as. Slot machines had been smashed to pieces, the metal and plastic torn apart seemingly by hand, given the red streaks and fingernails embedded in some. Discarded chips lay strewn across the floor, those that weren't being carried by the armfuls scooped up in the shirts of the people that were left standing. Each of them was frenzied, feral, eyes wide and bloodshot, baring all their teeth as they scrapped together. Agent North spotted two men trading punches, clawing at each other on the blood-stained marble floor, with the body of another lying still beneath them. The members of Mobile Task Force Mu-0 kept their weapons raised, but the civilians' wrath seemed to be solely focused on each other. All except one. Sat calmly at a blackjack table was a man in a suit, calmly sipping wine from a tall glass and humming to himself. There is a house in New Orleans. He casually turned around in his seat to face the Foundation operatives as they approached, laser dots hovering over the open shirt beneath his suit jacket. Evening, boys. I'm surprised it took you so long to find me. After all, where else on this mortal coil would I be if not Sin City? I mean, I'm practically right next door. The man was flicking a playing card around his fingers, the 6 of hearts. Anyone want to play? How about a round of Devil's Grip? Oh, and you can take those fancy new gizmos on your helmets off. You look ridiculous.
But before we continue with any more of the Devil's Banter, a question for you. Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or if you're just a human who lives in this world who is going through a hard time, therapy can give you tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible, and this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/SCP explained. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/SCP explained. Thank you again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. And now back to our mobile task force and their dealings with the devil. The team exchanged glances, but not one of them touched their disruptors. Agent North spoke up, demanding this mysterious figure release the civilians from his influence, as a precondition for any kind of negotiation here. Influence? I did not do that. The man shrugged, the card between his fingers switching to the King of Diamonds with a sleight of hand trick. You ask me, that's just a design flaw. But then again, you weren't all made in my image, were you? The agent's voice got louder, barking for the mystery man to submit to their demands immediately. The squad members all raised their assault rifles. If the stranger didn't release the civilians, they might be forced to use lethal force. Oh, you mean release them from their basic human instincts? Well, that seems a little bit cruel and unusual, even for your foundation. The man chuckled, finishing his wine. But if you insist. With a click of his fingers, the room went silent. Calm instantaneously spread among the people who had been literally tearing each other apart only seconds earlier. But taking more than a cursory glance at the civilian told the MTF operatives that there was still something wrong. Each of the people in the casino wore a vacant expression, eyes empty as if they were completely void of life. Agent North barked out a question. What had he done to these people? Now, Mr. North, the man said, standing up. A deal is a deal. Convey me to the Foundation. I've been waiting for the sightseeing part of my vacation.
Hearing his name from this unknown, clearly anomalous reality warper made Agent North instinctively raise his gun. The man staring down the barrel didn't flinch. Instead, a wry smile crawled across his face. Oh, come now, Mr. North. Perhaps I shouldn't have expected rationality. Oh, that's a little beyond you, isn't it? The figure chuckled, everything about him filling the MTF operatives with an overpowering sense of dread as they kept their weapons trained on him. So many nights wondering about your wife, whether or not she forgave you for that accident. The man took a step forward until the rifle's muzzle was pushing directly against him.
Would you like to know the truth, Mr. North?
His voice lowered to an ominous whisper.
She never did.
Bang! The shot echoed through the casino floor, a faint trail of smoke winding up into the air. Agent North blinked in disbelief. In the flash that followed him pulling the trigger, the figure standing before him and his squad mates had vanished. They scanned the area to try and spot their target, only to be met with pitch-dark shadows surrounding them. Came the man's voice through the emptiness. You can't kill the devil, Jeremy. Back at command, the Foundation analysts were panicking. MTF Mu-0 had vanished. They scrabbled around trying to figure out what to do. Someone threw out the suggestion that the full force of Alpha 1, the Red Right Hand, be dispatched to Las Vegas to launch a full-scale assault on SCP-4661, the area of the city that anomalously overlapped with another plane of reality, causing sinful behavior to intensify within Vegas. Another threw out the idea, suggesting that SCP-507 should be sent to retrieve the dimensionally displaced task force. As they squabbled, researchers and security found themselves being drawn into an argument, all of them feeling an overwhelming notion that they were right and everyone disagreeing with them was wrong. What had begun as a tactical discussion devolved into a free-for-all. Shoves turned into swings of fists, the hurling of office chairs as a brawl ensued. Little did any personnel notice an unauthorized new arrival, who seemed to be walking around the facility's halls. It was the same man from the casino, strolling calmly and casually past the windowed containment cells that housed Anomalies, like an eccentric collector perusing an art gallery. Boring, the man scoffed, seeing an orange blob shrink away from him behind the glass. Oh, so boring. He passed a beak-faced doctor in dark clothes. Derivative. The man sighed, seeing a statue that refused to move even when he blinked. Absurdly overpowered. Within its acid-filled vat, the reptile seethed with anger. Oh, look, one of my antiques. The man mused, passing a vacant mahogany desk with two vacant chairs, a simpler straight-back seat, and a large, ornate throne-like office chair, embellished with brass and royal purple velvet padding. Then the man came to a windowless room, the one thing that seemed to garner his curiosity in the entire facility. In actuality, it wasn't the unassuming containment cell that caught his attention. It was the sounds of distraught crying emanating from within. The despaired sobs didn't deter the man from effortlessly waving his hands and causing the heavy, hermetically sealed door to start buckling, glowing as the dense steel began to melt. The molten metal door split apart, then cooled in an instant, leaving a gap in the entrance to the dark containment chamber. Sat in the far corner, rocking itself slightly, was a shape with legs and arms far too long to be hunched over comfortably in the cramped room. A paper bag had been left over its face, as the tall, wiry, thin creature gently rocked itself between sobs. SCP-096 had felt the same unease that now ran through the entire facility, and even with its face covered, it could sense its source getting closer with each step. Oh, enough, the figure said, walking into the cell, startling the shy guy. If I wanted to hear the desperate cries of the damned, I would have stayed home. The man clicked his fingers, causing flames to erupt out of nowhere, singeing the paper bag into nothing but ash in seconds. SCP-096 recoiled, pushing itself further into the corner, ineffectually covering its face with its elongated limbs. Now, don't cower. The man unnervingly, calmly offered out a hand to the creature. I did come all this way to see if the rumors were true. And just look at you, you're real. Even if I'm impressed. The rage of a creature that would kill a human just for the insolence of looking at it. Remarkable. Here, while everyone's hashing things out in the command center, what say you and I have a little Chat about your future, 096. That's what they call you, isn't it? Slowly recognizing its designation, the shy guy turned, trembling to face the suited figure in its cell. The moment the man's eyes looked at its face, the anomalous creature could feel the familiar, intensifying rage that it was so accustomed to, urging it to lash out at the man and kill him on the spot. But somehow, it was being suppressed, like the figure's influence was enough to keep the rage state at bay, for now. Either that or, for maybe the first time ever, SCP-096 was too scared to attack.
Oh, there's that handsome face, the man beamed. See, you wouldn't have to hide for hell's sake. You could be a real force for wanton chaos, my friend. Now, while I'm confined to only whisper in the ears of mortals, you should be getting out there and showing some abject misery. Look, there's a perfectly good desk of mine a few rooms away. What say we take a seat and strike up a deal? After all, better the devil you know. I can give you anything you truly desire, whether it's freedom from this place, revenge on the Foundation. If you're really all that insecure about it, I could even give you a facelift. In return, you have to do one thing for me. Let as many people see you as possible. Maybe even the whole world, even. Oh, you'd have so much killing to do.
The very suggestion of being perceived by so many people was enough to enrage SCP-096. It broke free of whatever unfamiliar hold the figure had over it, hurling one of its arms out in a vicious swipe. Just as its fingers were about to reach the man, they passed through the now vacant spot where he had been standing. He had vanished within a split second that the shy guy had lunged at him. The anonymous creature wailed and screamed as the figure's voice echoed around the room, giving another sinister chuckle.
Oh my, how disappointing, he sneered. To think you could have had anything you wanted. No matter. Screaming and trying to attack me won't do you any good either. I won't go down like some of the others that have snuck a forbidding glance at that mug of yours. My physical form isn't even really here. It's still trapped on the lowest layer. You're not the only one kept contained, my friend. I just use this human shape for personal travel above ground. But it seems my little vacation is coming to a halt. Here, won't you join me for the return trip?
The ground beneath SCP-096's feet began to shudder violently, the floor cracking and crumbling away. But instead of bringing it crashing down to the floor of the facility below its cell, an amber volcanic glow rose between the cracks underfoot. Piece by piece, the floor broke away, some invisible force pulling SCP-096 downwards as it flailed its arms, clawing at the ground as it crumbled away until the shy guy lost its grip and began to plummet. Searing heat raged all around it, tongues of flame practically reaching out to singe the creature's body as it fell further and further. Its own wails and screams joined a deafening cacophony of others, of never-ending voices crying out in torment and suffering. After what felt like an eternity of falling and burning, SCP-096 hit the stony ground, the air pungent with the stench of brimstone. Sat before him on a chair adorned in brass and royal purple was the same man from earlier. As the shy guy staggered to its feet, the man's visage started to catch fire, slowly burning away to reveal the blood-colored skin and huge protruding horns of a fallen angel beneath the disguise. Perhaps after a several thousand-year stint in the Eighth Circle, you'll reconsider my generous offer. Satan chuckled before snapping his clawed fingers, causing SCP-096 to vanish in a burst of flame. Excruciating torture awaited the defenseless creature. The Prince of Darkness's underlings would see to that. But as he reclined on his throne, he didn't realize a tall, thin humanoid form reappeared behind him, eyes filled with a rage that didn't care if he was the devil. He should not have looked at its face. The devil struggles in the grasp of the nightmare he unknowingly brought down into his boiling kingdom. Perhaps there's a spell or some terrible curse that can free him from the monster's grasp, but somehow he knows that nothing will save him. He could flee to any of the Ninth Circles, and the monster would brave fire and brimstone to find him. He could throw the creature into a reoccurring pit of infinite darkness, and it would find its way back into the light. Somehow, in the same hubris that had gotten him cast out of heaven so many eons ago, the Lord of Darkness may have brought about his own destruction. And he may have thought he knew darkness, until the black maw of SCP-096 gaped open, and Satan himself beheld a darkness deeper and more permanent than any he had ever known. Now go check out What If SCP-096 Was Put Inside SCP-914? And can SCP-096 chase its victims across the multiverse for even more?